of the earth. Lord, keep this nation under your care. For the Prime Minister and members of the Cabinet, and to all the administrative authority, grant wisdom and grace in the exercise of their duties. Give grace to your servants, O Lord. For the members of the Senate and the House Assembly, and for those who make our laws, give courage, wisdom, and foresight to provide for the needs of all your people and to fulfill our obligations in the community of nations. Give grace to your servants, O Lord. Let us pray for the Senate. Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, send forth, we beseech you, upon your servants who bear office in this country, the spirit of charity and justice, that they may in all things walk before thee with steadfast purpose and a single heart, and faithfully serve in their several offices, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. As you've taught us, we pray together saying, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Almighty Father, we thank you for the blessings of this new day. We thank you for the ability to exchange and debate and to share. We ask for your continual guidance and protection on our nation from hurricane and from disaster. We ask you in this month of national significance to guide us, give us that sense of purpose, and continue to direct us along the ways that lead to eternal life. Bless our work and all that we are called to do. Bless those who minister in this country and across this world. We make these prayers this day in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen. And may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit rest and remain with us and all we love this day and forevermore. Amen.
The Senate is in session.
Messages from Her Excellency the President. Announcements by Your Honor the President.
With respect to announcements, I have notice of absence from Her Honor the Deputy President, Senator Thompson, who is traveling on government business, from Senator Reverend Dr. Rogers, and Senator Maladou. These are all absent today. And the announcements in light of the absence on business of the Deputy President, we need to invite nominations for someone to act so we can chair our committees with the bills.
Mr. President, I beg.
Okay, we'll consider that under motions. The other mass-related announcements, I've received the minutes of a meeting held on Wednesday, the 12th of October, 2022 for confirmation. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move the adoption of the minutes of the last sitting of the Senate.
The question is that these minutes be confirmed. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. The minutes stand confirmed.
Presentation of petitions, presentation of papers.
Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I am commanded to lay the 2020 annual report and audited financial statements for the National Petroleum Company Corporation. This is for the period ending March 31st, 2020, as well as the agreement for the establishment of a partnership between member states of the Caribbean community, and the African Export-Import Bank, Afri-Exim Bank.
Reports from select committees, questions to ministers, requests for leave to move the adjournment of the Senate on matters of urgent public importance, statements by ministers or parliamentary secretaries, personal explanations, motions relating to the business or citizens of the Senate, and moved by minister.
Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move the nomination of Senator Dr. the Honorable Christopher Maynard to sit as the chairman of committees for the remainder of today's sitting.
The question is, Senator Mr. Maynard, the chairman of committees for the remainder of today's sitting. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Therefore, so confirmed. And without letting too many tales out of school, this is not the first thing that we sat in proximity to one another. We did it at school. But what happened at school will stay at school. Senator Maynard obviously learned, well, they did not. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move at this time the suspension of Standing Order 45-2 for the remainder of today's sitting.
The question is that Standing Order 45-2 be suspended for the remainder of today's sitting. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. The standing order is so suspended for the remainder of today's sitting.
Introduction of bills.
Senator Cummins. Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move the first reading of the following bills: the Civil Aviation Bill 2022, the Civil Aviation Air Navigation Services and Accident Investigation Bill 2022, as well as the first reading of the Firearms Amendment Bill 2022.
The question is that those bills so mentioned be read the first time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Public business, sir.
Public business is now the order of the day.
Order number 1, in the name of the Honorable Minister of State in the Prime Minister's office, to move the second reading on the Financial Services Commission Amendment Bill 2022.
Senator Dr. Monroe Knight.
Mr. President, I beg that the matters on the order paper relating to the Financial Services Commission Amendment Bill 2022, as well as the Financial Services Commission Miscellaneous Provisions and Validation Bill 2022, be taken as a cognate debate.
The question is that these two matters related to the Financial Services Commission be taken as a cognate debate. Just to remind members that the matters will still be voted on individually as per the order paper, but discussion and debate under this proposal, if senators agree, will take place all within this one debate. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Dr. Morgan Knight.
Mr. President, this cognate debate presents two matters for consideration of this chamber. The first matter relates to the amendment to the composition of the Financial Services Commission by amending the first schedule to clarify the actual composition of the commission. And the second amendment, Mr. President, provides for a new fee structure by the commission and validates the charging of the fees, charging and collection of fees under the new arrangement. Essentially, Mr. President, these amendments will allow for the more efficient functioning of the Financial Services Commission and their ability to better regulate the sector. The Financial Services Commission is an entity that is charged with regulating specifically, Mr. President, the non-banking sector, right? So whereas the central bank will regulate those in the banking sector, the Financial Services Commission has overall responsibility to ensure the regulatory compliance of those entities in the non-banking sector. And when we talk about entities in the non-banking sector, Mr. President, we're talking about, for instance, credit unions. We're talking about entities that operate insurance companies, pension plans, mutual funds, securities, and so on. So entities that are not within the banking sector, that are covered by various other acts and regulations, those fall under the purview of the Financial Services Commission. So that the Commission plays a very, very essential role, Mr. President, in the context of ensuring that Barbadians can have confidence in the operation of these entities that fall outside of the banking sector. It is important to recall that the FSC was established, Mr. President, because there was actually regulatory breaches. And if I believe that we would all recall the collapse of CLICO in 2009, and that collapse, Mr. President, had dire consequences for Barbadians and other investors who lost millions during the collapse of CLICO. And we know that that collapse was caused through a failure of corporate governance, but also as well, as it is reported in the context of the CLICO debacle, that it was also as well because of poor regulatory oversight. So that we had the establishment of the Financial Services Commission in 2011 as a direct response to ensuring that we corrected what took place in the context of the 2009 CLICO fiasco in order to ensure that we could have an entity, an omnibus entity that will provide for better regulation of the entire sector. So that, for me, Mr. President, I believe that the 2009 CLICO affair then provides for us a pinpoint as to why we need an entity like the FSC to be operating and providing the necessary regulation in order to ensure that the investment of ordinary Barbadians, that the investment of all Barbadians can be properly protected. And Mr. President, there is a feeling or even a school of thought that perhaps we are over-regulating. That we are regulating in a way that will stop the dynamism and growth of the sector, particularly one that is emerging. We're hearing now of new instruments in fintech and cryptocurrency, etc. But I would ask, Mr. President, do we prefer to have sufficient regulation that ensures the necessary oversight? Or do we want to err on the side where we could possibly not have sufficient and effective regulation, and therefore we could then jeopardize the investments and, importantly, the confidence, because that is important, Mr. President. It is the confidence in knowing that there is somebody offering the level of oversight. And very often, the Financial Services Commission does not go out there as the big bad wolf and saying, shut down because there is a breach. But the Financial Services Commission works with entities in order to ensure that those breaches can be corrected and that they can operate up to the standard. Because it is extremely important that we have entities that are operating, as I said, Mr. President, before, these are credit unions. And we know the value and the heartstring pull of credit unions to the Barbadian psyche. So that the FSC, in the context of its regulatory role, is intended to be able to provide that help and assistance to these entities. And Mr. President, as I talk about credit unions, I do want to note that currently there are 29 credit unions that the FSC has oversight for, and based on the records of the Financial Services Commission, there are approximately 229 million members, that's million credit union members, as of June 2022. And this actually represents an increase from previous quarters. So what we are seeing that even in the context of where we would have had COVID and where people's income might have been stretched, that as we have come out of COVID, that Barbadians are more and increasingly investing within the credit union. But importantly, Mr. President, the statistics also show that the total savings of the 29 credit unions stand at 2.6 billion. 2.6 billion, with an asset base of 3.04 billion. And therefore, there's a high level of liquidity within the sector. And this is significant because, again, when we talk about the credit union, it is often persons who are investing sometimes small amounts, $100 from their from their pay pack, in order then to be able to save for their children's education, to be able to save for their house, for their homes, in order to save for their small businesses. So the importance of a strong regulator cannot be underestimated. And Mr. President, I also want to speak about my own experience, because certainly, and this may be giving away my age, I grew up in a time when I knew what a susu was. My daughter doesn't, if I tell my daughter about susu, she won't know who is that, right? But I understood what a susu was. I understood the value of saving, and also as well the importance of the credit union. So on my very first job, my first act was to go down to the credit union and open 2 accounts. One, normal account where I could put some money on, but also as well another account that I could save in order to put towards my home. So that there is importance in having well-regulated entities, and I just pull out the credit union, Mr. President, but across the non-banking sector, it is important, particularly in the context of pensions, etc., that we have that strong protector, guardian even, that we can call it, that helps to be able to regulate. I spoke about before, Mr. President, you know, the CLICO debacle, and as I was thinking about this bill this morning, I was wondering to myself, what would happen if all of these millions of people within the credit union movement had to suffer a collapse of one of the credit unions, had to lose their savings? What would happen within this context? And I think that is important. So the FSC, Mr. President, regulates over 800 entities, and therefore that collectively manage billions of dollars in assets and representing, therefore, significant investments by Barbadians. And therefore, even as Barbadians, we are asked to invest more, to be able to make sure that our savings actually grow. We also need, on the other end, to be confident that as we do that, that they will be safe as well. I want to also stress, Mr. President, the importance of doing public education, because even as I have focused on the need for a strong regulator, the need for a strong guardian, the need for strong oversight, it is also important that Barbadians themselves also understand the importance of investing, how the vehicles actually work, how the FSC can help protect their funds, and how and which vehicles will allow them to have the best returns and with less risk, so that we match the regulatory framework, the strong regulatory framework in the context of the Financial Services Commission, as well with an education program that ensures that Barbadians are aware and even more aware of how they fit within the context of these investment vehicles. And Mr. President, I want to highlight the fact that this government has very strategically taken on that role of education through the Literacy Bureau that was established, and the Financial Literacy Bureau that was established in 2020. And that was a commitment made by this government in order to ensure, and we use the banner of no one left behind, so that ordinary Barbadians, and the target for the Financial Literacy Bureau is not just Barbadians, who may have some monies to put in a vehicle, but also as well the target was school children, so that we are building capacity from a young age in order to be able to understand the importance of investment, the importance of creating generational wealth, so that those that can benefit from such vehicles are not just those that have some knowledge, or like I said, have some funds, but that we can create that awareness from ground up of the importance. I want to also reference as well IDB report also of 2020, which noted that for Latin America and the Caribbean, prior to the pandemic, 6 out of 10 persons reported that they lacked the resources to cover an emergency. And according to that report, the vast majority of those were in the poorer quintile. So prior to COVID, we have a situation in Latin America and the Caribbean in which 6 out of 10 persons are reporting that they lacked the resources. And that report, however, also noted the importance of financial literacy as being closely correlated with what I would call household resilience, Mr. President, the ability of households to be able to withstand shock by being better educated in terms of how to use their funds and where to fit them. So, Mr. President, as I'm saying, so we are focusing, yes, on making sure that we have a strong regulatory environment in the context of the FSC, but also as well there is sufficient education so that people are aware in terms of the operations. So the FSC, Mr. President, like I said before, creates an omnibus commission that brings all of the various previous acts for that governed these non-banking operations under one portfolio. And what that helps with is to be able to build coherence and, importantly, accountability. Coherence and accountability. Previously, Mr. President, the FSC would have also have been subsidized directly by government. It was taken in some income, but it was insufficient to carry its operations. And therefore, the government had to be subsidizing FSC in order to supplement for its operations. Now, an organization, again, that is a regulator needs to have, Mr. President, some level of independence in its operations. It needs to be flexible. I talked about dynamism before. And reliance on the public purse continually can stymie that. And it was important, therefore, that the Financial Services Commission was able to move to a position in which then it could fully fund its operations. And for government, that was also important, because once the FSC is able to be independent and able to have its own resources to manage, it means that government can move those resources that were previously allocated to the FSC now into other things that are important, and especially into social programming. So that the context of the amendment that seeks to allow for the FSC to charge and to make sure that it can have charges that will allow it to then be able to manage its affairs then becomes extremely important in this context, Mr. President. The fees that are charged there in that are presented in the context of the amendment are fees that have been benchmarked internationally and regionally. And in the context of the development of those fees and charges, the FSC has reported that it looked to make sure that it would be fair across the entities that would have to pay those fees, Mr. President, in order to ensure, as I said, that there was fairness across the entities, and that both the FSC and those that it regulated could then operate efficiently, Mr. President. So that what this allows for is for the FSC then to be able to operate to scale. And we can see as well that in the context of the operations of the Financial Services Commission, that it is attempting to be able to adapt. I spoke before about, the whole issue of fintech and cryptocurrencies. And Mr. President, I must admit that these are things that I now need to be able to learn, and I will be looking out for when the Financial Literacy Bureau is having its session, so that I can also be educated to be able to understand how I can benefit from this new market. And even as this market is emerging, the Financial Services Bureau has moved already to establish an advisory committee on the expansion of the fintech sector in order to ensure, one, that those that are coming into the sector can understand the regulatory framework, but also as well so that it can be responsive to some of the issues in the context of the regulatory framework. So as we Mr. President, consider these amendments, they're really about intending to make sure that the FSC can be responsive, it can have the resources that it needs, and both technical and human resources, in order then to efficiently dispatch its mandate in terms of the regulatory environment. The amendment to the first schedule, as it relates to the composition of the committee, seeks, Mr. President, to make specific inclusion for the Director of Finance and Economic Affairs as an ex officio officer or his nominees. And this, again, allows for the necessary oversight, make sure the government is aware, Mr. President, of what is happening so that we're not caught off guard as well, and that there is a symbiotic relationship that is happening in the context of the regulatory environment and what is happening in terms of government and its policies. So that we are, again, making the Financial Services Commission, Mr. President, a fit-for-purpose organization. Yeah, again, given the environment that we are seeing emerging. I want to finally, Mr. President, reiterate the point again in respect of the need to ensure that we have a regulatory body that is going to be able to dispatch its function in the most efficient way, and is also as well independent and not necessarily dependent on government funding. I recall, Mr. President, that even in the context, and I spoke about the credit union before, and we can talk about discussions over pension funds and mutual funds, etc., that there are questions that will come up from ordinary Barbadians that have to do with the operations of these entities and how they are going to be able to either access their funds over the long-term period or the eventualities that will emerge in the context of something happening. And what you have seen the FSC progressively doing is to enhance its own accountability and transparency, and as well at the same time making sure that these agencies that it regulates are also more accountable and transparent as well through its reporting facility, so that you can acquire through the FSC information, critical information on the operations of these entities, including their assets, their liabilities, Mr. President, look at their level of liquidity, look at their savings, etc. So that at the level of the regulator, what you are seeing happening within the context of the sector is also growing transparency that will rebound to the benefit of ordinary citizens, Mr. President, as they put their monies and their confidence in the non-banking sector. Mr. President, I do not beg that this bill be read a second time.
Senator King.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I shan't be long on this, but there's a couple of things that I think we need to mention. I am not by any stretch of the imagination, Mr. President, a superstitious man. But when I looked at the FSC's web page and took a look, one of the first things that struck me was that it was established on April the 1st, 11 years ago. Now, when you stop to think about it, and we are 11 years later and we have to make changes and to move forward. Like I said, I'm not a superstitious man. But the average person out there who will probably see things like that and thinks in a different way would start to wonder, what is this really all about? Or somebody trying to trick me or whatever else. This move by government is intended to be proactive. As you look around the world, financial services are changing. Technology is changing. All sorts of new things are coming in. And I remember, as mentioned earlier, some of the failings of some of what were considered then standard institutions left a number of Barbadians totally financially wrecked. And there seemed to be, at that time, no real sort of regulatory bodies or no recourse for these persons to get back monies that they would have invested and lost and these types of things. One of the things that the FSC says quite clearly is that they're there to minimize the risk to consumers and to those persons who borrow money from such entities, as mentioned earlier, that are not banks. And like I said, in today's world, with the new technologies coming in, more ideas floating about as to how people can provide services that were traditionally done in a certain way. We have got to be proactive and to be able to put things in place, not only just protect our people from who may be unscrupulous persons who may seek to capitalize on the fact, knowing full well that these small territories within which we live in and who are not necessarily responsible for a lot of the technological advances in these areas, to be susceptible to these kinds of entities coming in and taking advantage of people. And I think this is important, that this particular entity is established and is strengthened and given all the support necessary that it can carry out its function in a way that creates more confidence in persons. Now, we are also asking people to become, as they say, more financially literate. and to be less risk averse and invest in different things and try to get sources of passive income and grow and save and do all of these things. And you also have entities that are now making it easier for you to transfer money from one place to the next without going through the banking system. And all I'm saying, Mr. President, is that with all of these things coming at people, those persons who are older in age might not be the ones who are going to be interested or going to be affected by these sorts of things, because, you know, older persons tend to deal with things in the way that they're comfortable. But you have a younger population that is coming up. And if they don't fully grasp or understand or are protected in any way, when these types of things begin to become the norm within your society, then I fear that you may have many more stories of persons being taken advantage of, it, put it nicely, through these sorts of services. So I just want to give my support to it, because I think it's a step in the right direction. But as mentioned earlier, yes, we have to do a lot more in terms of giving people information about not only the commission itself, but about the other entities and instruments and all the other things that are going to be available to us as time progresses. And so with those few words, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator King. Any other speakers? Senator Kevin Boyce.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. President. I rise to join the debate on this bill in the context of having had some experience with the operation of the FFC. And I think it's important to recognize the efforts that the FFC makes in relation to the supervision and regulation of the non-banking financial institutions. And this experience would have come out in assisting with a matter which called for a certain level of interaction with a variety of players. You have sophisticated accountants like yourself, sir. You have well-heeled lawyers like Senator Nichols, sir. And you, of course, have the government regulators and the government officials whose mandate is to operate and run things as best as fiscally possible. And what I found during that experience, sir, was that the importance of this body is really something integral to our financial stability. And it's almost one of those unsung heroes in the context of it's a regulator. And you don't miss the regulator until something happens. I think it's important that when we have this debate, we recognize the context and the service that it provides and be mindful of the government's attempt to bolster its operation. I think that should be the starting point in any discussion that we have today, sir. Now, it's stated that it was established, sir, in April 2011, as Senator King indicated, by the FFC Act of 2010. It deals with insurance companies, pensions, we know how important that issue is now, sir, securities, mutual funds, credit unions. And historically, it would have replaced the Securities Commission and the Supervisor of Insurance, as the office then was. There are also certain elements, sir, of money laundering and prevention of terrorism acts, which fall within the function. So it's one of those entities which is important, is necessary to provide a layer of protection, and provides that in a context where it may be taken for granted, especially given these times where government finds itself having to allocate fiscal space to priorities. Having to allocate fiscal space to priorities such as housing, water, transportation. And it's only after you realize certain things and certain consequences you say, oh shoot, maybe this is something that we need to do. And what we see, sir, by this legislation that is proposed. And I think Senator King touched on it. And I also believe that the Honorable Minister Monroe Knight mentioned it as well. The origination of the body, and these are not my words, sir, came out of what was labeled as a lapse of regulation. Recognizing the need for regulatory sophistication, sir, it was established. Now, what this legislation seeks to do, and I will then add on to my friend Senator King, is that it seeks to make some modifications and provide some revenue to allow the entity to operate and also to validate some previous charges. So previously, let's look at the composition. It was previously 7 persons appointed by the minister in terms of the overall regulation. We now have specific reference to the Director of Finance and Economic Affairs, along with 6 other persons to deal with the regulation of this body. That's the first part of the act, and that's the first change. The second change of the legislation seeks to establish a new fee structure. Now, part of it is to validate certain fees that were previously charged, and we recognize that as a parliament, there is a certain power you have to validate that which was done previously, sir. And these were fees which were charged from April 2019. So we're going to deem them to be lawful, sir. It moves some of the duties from the minister to the commission, which hopefully will then free up the minister to focus on policy directives and allow the commission the independence, resources, and even some would say validity to attack certain issues that were once in the minister's domain. I would recommend, sir, that particular attention be paid to Section 126 of the Securities Act, which is proposed to be modified by this documentation, because it is a piece of legislation that comes up somewhat often in the commercial courts in the context of takeover bids and the conducts of parties. The input of regulators such as the FFC to give guidelines and encouragement to the legislators as to how to make this process a bit smoother will certainly reduce the amount of litigation, albeit taking food out of some persons' mouths. Now, sir, there's also specific provision for the commission to make regulation for the operation of mutual funds. And mutual funds are something, sir, which at one time were incredibly sexy. I often speak to starting work under the Owen Arthur regime, in which your investment in mutual funds, they were then given a tax break. And as a young person, I hope I don't age myself too much, but as a young person during that time, starting off, the concept of putting $2,000 a year and then getting a tax break for that was certainly very attractive. That, however, has gone the way of many other things, however, has been offset by a reduction in your income tax rate. However, that being said, mutual funds are some things which I find particularly attractive in the context of it allows person to invest with minimal input, recognizing, of course, those who cry that if we don't have anything left over, how can we invest? But if you do, mutual funds tend to be an attractive investment, especially if you can get in as soon as possible. I tell my associates in the firm, sir, and by aside, 20 years there today, sir, but I tell my associate in the firm a story of when I went to a financial institution. And I went to the financial institution to start my investment journey, sir. And I went there, and a very pleasant young lady asked, well, how much are you looking to start with? And I quite proudly said $500. And I sat outside that financial institution for a long time waiting for someone to come and see me. But the lesson there, though, is that you start small, you make some sacrifices, and we recognize that all persons cannot or are not in a position to do that. But those who can, a portion of your salary, you pay yourself first, and you utilize the avenue of things like mutual funds, things like credit unions, to allow you to then gain some element of income growth and investment. Because we all know about inflation, sir, and what it does with the little monies that you have. So it's important that these bodies who are taking your money are regulated so that you are protected and we protect those in the society who are now seeking to become captains of capital like certain members. And in their seeking to grow at their most vulnerable stage is when they would need more protection. So that's where the FFC comes into play, sir, by ensuring that this level of investment is protected. Sir, as proposed, it would also is that Freudian? As proposed, it would also deal with the issue of credit unions, who we recognize receive a huge amount and certainly have done very well for Barbadians in terms of the investments that they offer. The question as to the level of regulation as opposed to the level of benefits which credit unions receive is a topic for another discussion, sir. But certainly I am pro-regulation, perhaps a bit soft touch, but in terms of protecting, which also ties in with, I believe the government recently expanded the deposit insurance to apply to credit unions, or will be doing so shortly. That then gives a certain level of protection for those small investors who are the most vulnerable as they seek to grow their asset base. So, sir, all these measures are measures which I think everyone here will have no issue in supporting as they seek to improve the financial landscape of non-banking financial institutions, which I certainly support. And of course, you can't mention non-banking financial institutions without mentioning the insurance companies, sir. We'll leave it at that. Now, sir, it is hoped that through this revenue gathering, the organization, that is the FFC, is able to garner the necessary human and technological resources to allow them to be fully optimized. Now, why do I say human, sir? Sir, I recall in my attempts at studies to do a topic called revenue law. And when I was reading the cases involved in the revenue law study, I could not understand who were the persons who caught the bad guys. The scheme was so sophisticated, it was so elegant, that unless you had an understanding and training and the ability to meticulously pick apart, I'm not talking about no blessings or anything so sweet, I'm talking about a scheme which is so prettily layered that you put in your money and you get it out. You put in your money and you get it out. You get a pretty proposal. You get everything done so well, but when they come for you, your money is gone. And I recall expressing admiration for one of the judges who could actually sit down and listen to the case being argued. But I was saying to myself, who are the persons catching these bad guys? Because the bad guy is nice with it in terms of the level of sophistication. So if we want to put this country in a context where we're able to catch the baddies, the FFC needs to have the money to pay bright persons to work for them. And the simple point is you're not getting the persons like Senator Drakes to come and work for you unless you provide a certain level of remuneration. Now remember, I painted the picture before of interacting with the FFC when you're dealing with the accountants, you're dealing with the lawyers, you're dealing with the operators. So you need to have the internal staff with the competencies to deal with these players at their level of sophistication. Not only do you have to have the internal staff with the appropriate competence, you have to be able to retain them by your remuneration, and you have to give them the technological resources to move at the pace necessary to interact with these players. And I think we need to be cognizant of the 5 main areas that this FFC deals with. You have the insurance company, you have pensions, you have securities, you have credit unions, and you have money laundering and terrorism. That's 5. That's 5. 5 divisions which need heads, which need team members, which need the sophistication to go after these persons and to interact with the players. So certainly, anything which can be done to allow this organization to fulfill its potential should be supported. Another task which the FFC is also saddled with is that they are also required to deal with not only monitoring, Mr. President, but they have to deal with enforcement. So how they're going to enforce if they don't have the resources to, 1, identify, 2, catalog, 3, follow up, and 4, bring teeth to bear to any breach. Hopefully by this process, we can take them some way towards that journey. Sir, at a future stage, perhaps we can get into a discussion as to whether or not entities such as these should be totally independent. The concept of the director of finance and 6 persons, while a step removed from the minister, may not be a step far. And there is data, you know I like my sources, sir, London School of Economics, Beasley and Coates, 2013, which says that regulators which are elected tend to have more pro-consumer results than non-elected regulators. But of course, we recognize, sir, that wishes are horses, and this is a case of maybe idealism. But certainly, I think that in the future, we can seek to increase the independence and revenue of this body, which I believe is important to Barbados, and I support the government's efforts to facilitate its function. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kevin Boyce. Any other speakers on this matter? Senator Nichols.
Mrs. President, I'm obliged to join in the contribution to the debate, the amendment to the Financial Services Commissioners Act. And I, like my colleague, Senator Boyce, who spoke, want to join in the debate based on my own experiences of having to deal with the FFC for and on behalf of a number of institutional clients who from time to time have to work with the FFC in the organization of their businesses. It is important for us to set the proper context in why we are making these amendments. And I think Senator Boyce touched a bit on it in terms of giving them the revenue to make them more independent and autonomous in the discharge of their regulatory role in the non-bank financial sector in Barbados. And that is important too, because if the Consolidated Fund does not have enough resources to operationalize the Financial Service Commission, then it would not be able to effectively discharge its statutory duties as set out in the legislation. And we all know that this entity came about largely as a result of the backlash of what we call the CLICO debacle, fiasco, not only here in Barbados, but throughout the Eastern and Southern Caribbean. When that institution virtually imploded, and when we took got the opportunity to look at its financial state, we realized that it was highly leveraged or overly leveraged with assets that could not match the liabilities of the entity, leaving thousands of people across the Caribbean in disarray in terms of not being able to access the annuities that they invested in or even their pensions. Sir, you too will remember that a number of your parliamentary colleagues would have deposited their pensions when the people removed them in 2008 into CLICO, much to their own chagrin, unable to recover as a result of this implosion. And it is important that I say this because I will speak a little bit later to what I call the deep massaging of the Financial Services Commission into the day-to-day affairs of some of its constituents or the entities that it is supposed to regulate within that context. But certainly, we have come a long way. And the 2010 Act, which was passed, amended again by the last Barbados Labour Party administration before the election in 2020 to strengthen the organization, to strengthen the entity, and this is another amendment that goes a long way in that direction. But, sir, one concern that I have, and I'm saying this in full support of the amendments and their retroactive respect, the aspects of those which go to firming up the ability to charge fees, is that I do believe that the regulation of the non-bank financial sector has to settle down because we have not really had it before. And I think that too much attention and focus has been on the whole question of the institutions we call credit unions, which have the largest share of Barbadian investment, of the ordinary Barbadian investment, billions of dollars in assets, which the Honorable Minister in her lead off to the debate gave a more accurate figure. But I say that because my experience in dealing with credit unions and representing their interests, dealing with the Financial Service Commission, has been a little turbulent. And I get the sense that the FSC is trying its best to ensure that its mission, its statutory mandate is exercised in a way that will not allow a situation that caused it to be created and established to come again under its purview. And in asserting that role, I find that the credit unions sometimes find themselves with the FFC overstepping the bounds. And I don't mean to be mean and disingenuous, but certainly we should not be having an argument as to who should act as CEO. Where the FFC is telling the credit union that a certain person should not act as CEO because they don't feel that that person is fit and proper to act CEO. In the regulation of the banking sector in Barbados, the central bank has that role. The central bank can't tell First Caribbean Bank who can act as CEO or any senior management. And certainly in my reading of the Financial Services Commission Act, the disqualification of directors and officers is a power that the FSC holds, and it is a power that it should hold. But under the bylaws of credit unions established under the Cooperative Societies Act, a CEO is not an officer or a director. But here is that the Financial Services Commission is asserting and threatening disqualification and cancellation of the license if it's determination as to who in the organization should act as CEO when the CEO goes on vacation. And certainly, I don't think that Parliament, in its wisdom when it passed this legislation, had such an assertive, invasive exercise of administrative power in its mind when it created the Financial Services Commission. The Financial Services Commission is known, sir, to even make determination about use of credit cards among directors traveling in credit unions. And I say to those in the credit union movement, you do as you are required, because it really doesn't make sense fighting up with the regulator. Because at the end of the day, you might win the battle but lose the war. At the end of the day, we don't have anything to fear because no credit union in Barbados has gone belly up. In fact, in the history for the financial services sector in Barbados, it has not been the credit unions. that have left thousands of Barbadians out to sea. It has not been the credit unions. It has not been the credit unions that have been giving unlawful political donations in millions of dollars that have featured in the most scandalous way in terms of the demise of one insurance company and the imprisonment of a former minister of government in another. The credit union movement and the credit unions in Barbados have steadfastly done their job, and sir, if it seems I have come to bat for them today, to ask for the FSC in its organization with its new powers, which will be given under this legislation, is to adopt a framework to ensure that this institution, which is so vital to the ordinary people in this country, all of us have parents, friends, and family who have a credit union account. In fact, there are many, many, many Barbadians who do not even have a bank account. And one can't blame them with the fees that the banks are charging. One can't blame them. But we must ensure, one, that the viability of the credit unions is paramount, the financial stability of those institutions, their solvency is assured, and the Financial Services Commission must be assiduous in that regard. But in terms of dialing down into the day-to-day managerial operations of credit unions, I think that is a stretch, in my view, which the legislation in its current form does not support. And I have said to those institutions which I have happened to come across to render advice, like my old driving instructor taught me, it doesn't make sense being right and dead, because you can be making a turn on the road and say you have the right of way, but you have to be conscious of the other people on the road around you, so that it does not make sense fighting up with the regulators in a way to assert what is essentially a managerial decision that is not contemplated by the legislation in its current form, and then end up with yourself facing a commission with egg on its face. Senator Boyce did make the very interesting observation, Mr. President, that the time may well come for the appointment of members of the commission to be done in a way that is differently set out. The commission, in my view, is too young in its age, its in infancy, just over 10 years. And I believe that what we have right now is working well. I do believe, again, that, like Senator Boyce, that more attention should be paid to the staffing of the commission, so that the board of directors plays what really should be the oversight role in charting the policy direction of the financial sector and ensuring that the commission has the technical capacity to monitor the corporate and financial services sector in Barbados, which is one of its more important roles. I do not recall the Financial Services Commission speaking out as loudly as it ought when Barbadians were faced with these blessing schemes and all these things. I know the Ministry of Finance had taken the role in warning Barbadians about these blessing circles and these schemes. But at the same time, it is the Financial Services Commission's responsibility to give that technical advice and assistance in monitoring the corporate sector. We saw in Barbados too, Mr. President, the creeping up. In fact, I went to pay a bill this morning and I saw that there's a new cash loans business in the mall being set up. We know Christmas is coming around the corner. And again, what do we know of these entities? And certainly the central bank has the power to inspect the books and accounts of banks. And are these entities that are popping up, do the Barbadian public have that comfort that these entities that just prop up offering loans at what I consider to be really amazing interest rates and stuff. And are these compounded interest rates? Is there any advice coming from the commission as to what is on the market? Because there's no real consumer group, advocacy group, really there for Barbadians to assess the products that these entities are offering. And I wonder, Mr. President, whether or not that aspect of the sector is sufficiently regulated. Because I've seen in my time in practice, a number of insurance companies come to Barbados and offer services that are relatively footloose. And when the amount of claims get to a certain level, they fly away, they go, leaving many people out to sea. Great Northern Insurance Company is one that comes to mind, where the Office of the Supervisor of Insurance up to recently is still dealing with claims. They have no physical presence in Barbados apart from a name. They operate in Barbados. They have no asset base, which is something that the Financial Services Commission, like the former Office of the Supervisor of Insurance, was supposed to monitor. So they take premiums from you and me and people like us. And then when somebody hits your car, their car is not insured, you go to them, they don't have the capacity even to fix your car, far less give you a rental for the time that you're out when the car is at the mechanic. So that this institution called the Financial Services Commission has a lot of work to do to ensure that the Barbadian public can go about its business with the comfort that there is an institutional response at the level of the state monitoring the sector. I wonder if the time has not come for us to have a deposit insurance scheme like we have for the banks to ensure the commercial assets of Barbadians who are investing in the non-bank financial sector, to ensure that if there is a problem, at least some basic minimum is recovered. And it may be time for us to look at, and I'm talking particularly about the securities and mutual funds and so forth, as we develop the financial services sector, should we not look at creating and establishing a deposit insurance scheme so that Barbadians may feel more comfortable in putting out their money in the financial instruments that are being offered by these entities. So I say that these two amendments are important in ensuring that we have a well-regulated institution that is properly funded and capitalized to discharge its functions and responsibilities. But I will conclude by reiterating what I said before. Too much attention has been on the part of the FFC into the day-to-day management of credit unions in a way that the insurance companies and the mutual funds, I don't think you could tell any of the mutual funds who can act as CEO when the CEO goes on vacation. They will laugh you out of Bridgetown. But too much attention has been played on that. I understand the impetus, but at the same time, the credit unions of Barbados have never fallen short of the people. With those few words, Mr. President, I'm obliged to you, and I support these bills.
Thank you very much, Senator Nichols. Senator Dr. Hines.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to speak. I really appreciate Senator Nichols' presentation, and I think that mine follows nicely. We did not collaborate beforehand. There's just one thing that I would like to raise in respect of these two bills before us. And I'd like to go to the Financial Services Commission Act 2010-21. At 6, it provides information, it provides parameters relating to the licensing and registration. And then 7, we note that there is a register that is to be kept. And these amendments follow in indicating the registration rates and all the rest of the fees and so on. But what I note, and I heard it from Senator Monroe Knight as well, is that there is an emerging area that also requires regulation. Senator Monroe Knight spoke about cryptocurrency. We know that recently in Barbados, and I referred to this before, we had a conference that was all about fintech. Later on today, we will be discussing, in my understanding, the BERT program, which also in there entails elements that include an emphasis on fintech. And this is something that I think we have to pay close attention to in ensuring that we have appropriate regulation for this sector. Now, when we talk about fintech, some elements of fintech we are all quite familiar with already. So ATMs, we use those. Online banking, that is fintech. So that is within the regular banking sector. So that's an extension of banking. But we also have fintech that operates outside of that. So here we can think about things such as peer-to-peer lending. So similar to what Senator Nichols was talking about, but in some virtual formats where persons are able to access loans from other people using technology, peer-to-peer, right? So one person to another using technology. We also have these cryptocurrency exchanges and cryptocurrency apps. And there are a lot of people who may not understand a lot about cryptocurrencies or the blockchain in general. This is part of the reason why this is worldwide highly unregulated. In fact, Forbes, in an introductory piece where they seek to provide some clarification on what is fintech, it's actually the name of the piece, published in July 2022, says about fintech that many of these remain largely unregulated, particularly in the wild, wild west of the realm of cryptocurrency. And there are some dangers of this. We have regular people who may be trying to see how they can get their money to work for them using these entities. And that is a risk that they take on by themselves. So that is fine. I think we should have some concern over persons taking on these risks. But the point I want to get back to is about registration and regulation. And I'm not seeing from the amendments before us anything that seeks to require registration for such entities that someone who is technically savvy and has the know-how, whether from Barbados or somewhere else, will establish, and how these entities, how we will seek to begin to think about ways of regulating these entities. There are some countries that go to the extreme of saying that cryptocurrencies are not allowed. That's the extreme in regulation. I don't know that that is the direction that we want to go in, but I do think that this is an area that we have to keep our eyes on, because yes, we know that people have lost their money in things like blessing circles, but people can also lose their money in these kinds of initiatives and endeavors that are flashy and new and attractive, and that the government itself seeks to promote as one of these new growth areas for Barbados. So that, Mr. President, is my contribution. I don't have any problems with either of the bills before us. I just hope that we can go further in ensuring that this new element of the financial services sector can be regulated or at least monitored in a way that protects persons who seek to use these, financial technologies, fintech. And that these entities also should be paying registration, like the more traditional ones. So even if we're not certain right now how exactly to regulate, they should at least be registering so that when issues arise, they can be tracked and followed and so on. With these few words, Mr. President, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Hines. Senator Dr. Moroni.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me also thank, all of the honorable members in this chamber who rose to support the amendments before us. I think that there is general agreement that we have need of a strong regulator in the context of the Financial Services Commission that is in the best interest of all, that we have a regulator that is financially independent and that therefore will have all of the necessary resources that it needs in order to be able to regulate, particularly in the context of the emerging environment. Mr. President, in my presentation, I had made mention of the fact that just recently, actually in June of 2022, the Financial Services Commission moved to establish an advisory committee to advise it of the fintech industry and how it is emerging. And I just want to read, if you permit me, Mr. President, the objectives of the committee. The objective of the committees include identifying relevant opportunities, issues, and risks relating to the fintech sector and the implications for Barbados, advising the Commission on key challenges that are unique to the fintech industry, and providing recommendations to address them, as well as recommending factors that could be included in any proposed legislative and regulatory framework to be developed for the regulation and supervision of fintech products. So that, Mr. President, there is a recognition that the area is new and emerging, and what the FSC is saying, before we rush to put something out there, let's have a committee that is able to look at it, look and see where the industry is going, make the necessary recommendations, and they're doing so in a consultative way in terms of ensuring that the players themselves are also at the table to have the discussions, so that as we build out this fintech industry, that we will have a legislative and regulatory framework that, again, Mr. President, as I always speak to, it will be fit for purpose for the players. So, Mr. President, as I said, I think there's general agreement in the context of the proposed amendments, the importance of them, the need for making sure that we have protection for people's investments and their monies across all of the mechanisms in the non-banking sector, and to ensure as well that the FSC, in the context of its operations, is able to discharge the function. Mr. President, I do not beg that this sitting, I do not beg that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Who thinks the ayes have it?
Mr. President, I do not beg that the session be dissolved into committee.
The question is that you do not leave the chair and the Honorable Senate dissolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Who thinks the ayes have it?
The Senate is in committee.
Clause 1.
Chair, I do not beg that clause 1 stand part.
The question is that clause 1 stand part. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Those against, say no.
Clause 2.
I do not beg that clause 2 stand part.
The question is that clause 2 stand part. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Those against, say no.
Report. Report.
Mr. Chairman, I do not beg that you report to His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I now do report to His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee. All those members in favour, please say aye. All those against, please say no. So I can.
The chairman has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill do not pass and be cited as the Financial Services Commission Amendment Bill 2022.
The question is that this bill be now passed and so cited. Third Tate.
Sorry, Mr. President. I believe that Senator made reference to it being called a bill rather than the act. And if we're asking you to name it, it can no longer be a bill. It would have to be an act. This is something that we have been doing for some time now, and this is something that we should know that we're doing. We are a serious place. We are the upper chamber. We are the Senate. Laws are passed here, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Tate, for clarity and to ensure I will repeat the citation myself. The question is that this bill be now passed and be cited as the Financial Services Commission Amendment Act 2022. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. This bill is now, if the ayes have it, this bill is now passed and cited as the Financial Services Commission Amendment Act 2022.
Order number 2, sir. in the name of the Honorable Minister of State in the Prime Minister's Office, to move the second reading of the Financial Services Commission Miscellaneous Provisions and Validation Bill 2022.
Senator Dr. Morronite.
I'd like to move that this bill not be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I'd like to move that Your Honor do not leave the chair and the Senate resolve itself into committee for further consideration of the bill.
The question is that it do not leave the chair and the Honorable Senate resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Honorable senators against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The Senate is in committee.
Clause 1.
Mr. Chairman, I beg that clause 1 stand part.
The question is that clause 1 stand part. All honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Mr. Chair, I beg that clause 2 stand part.
The question is that clause 2 stand part. All honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Mr. Chair, I beg that clause 3 stand part.
The question is that clause 3 stand part. All honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I beg that clause 4 stand part.
Question is that clause 4 stand part. All honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
First schedule.
I beg that the first schedule stand part.
I beg. The question is that the schedule be the schedule to the bill. All honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The schedule is long.
And second schedule.
I beg that the second schedule be the schedule to the bill.
The question is that the second schedule be the schedule to the bill. All honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Third schedule.
I beg that the third schedule be the schedule to the bill.
The question is that the third schedule be the schedule to the bill. All honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Report.
Mr. Chair, I do now beg that you report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I now do report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee. All honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported the passing of one bill in committee.
Mr. President, I'd like to move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Thanks, the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill do not pass and be cited as the Financial Services Commission Miscellaneous Provisions and Validation Act 2022.
The question is that this bill be now passed and be cited as the Financial Services Commission Miscellaneous Provisions and Validation Act 2022. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Thanks, the ayes have it. This bill is now so passed and cited.
Order number 4, sir. In the name of the Honorable Leader of the Senate, to move the passing of a resolution that Parliament take note of and approve the Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation, in brackets, BERT Plan 2022, financial year 2022 to 2023, and financial years 2026 to 2027.
Senator Cummins.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise on this occasion to begin the discussion on the resolution before this honorable chamber. But before I do so, I would like to acknowledge my colleague, Senator Dr. the Honorable Chantel Monroe-Knight, who all of us can see is visibly not feeling herself today, but in a demonstration of the usual commitment of the government of Barbados, is present and in her seat at the Senate, serving and doing the business of the people of Barbados. And so I would wish to acknowledge her commitment to the work of the government of Barbados today in pushing through her leadership of that particular resolution just now, despite her visible distress with a cold, which many of us are struggling with. Sometimes we forget that we are all human while serving, and I would want to acknowledge that in her as well. Mr. President, the matter that is before us at this time is a widely discussed, extensively debated, and widely spoken of matter, certainly in all corners of not just Barbados, but in all corners of the globe. Mr. President, we are dealing with, I don't want to talk about unprecedented times, but you know, there's a saying that goes, a prophet is not recognized in his own land. And it requires those who are oftentimes on the outside to speak to and to outline the challenges that are before us or the issues that we should be treating to, sometimes in order for us to acknowledge that they are really there. And so I want today, in my presentation of the BERT resolution, to speak about what the international community at the level of international institutions are saying about what is facing countries around the globe, what different countries are doing and have been advised to do by the international community. And then I want to specifically contextualize that in the BERT program and how Barbados has sought to treat to those challenges. Mr. President, I want to begin by referencing a speech made by the Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund earlier this year. And the title is, again, something we have heard from our own. The title says, "Facing Crisis Upon Crisis, How Can the World Respond?" Facing crisis upon crisis, how can the world respond? Now, this is the Managing Director of the IMF, and she's addressing the international community under this theme. I have been able, Mr. President, to find similarly captioned speeches presented by the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean here in our region, by the World Bank, one of the Bretton Woods institutions. I will speak during the course of my presentation on the context for the Bretton Woods institutions in the 1945 period, in the immediate aftermath of such a time as this, where there were unprecedented crises after crisis, the specter and the aftermath of war and an economic downturn. Mr. President, I have found similarly captioned speeches under similar titles by the United Nations and its institutions, starting with its Secretary General, who spoke on the unprecedented times that the global economy faces and the impact that it is presenting on human development and the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals, on countries advanced, emerging, and developing alike. Mr. President, I have found similar presentations by G20 countries on the question of indebtedness, and they have looked at how indebtedness has evolved in the G20 countries and mechanisms that have been put in place in those economies, which are otherwise known as emerging economies, to respond to the crisis upon crisis that countries are facing. Mr. President, I have also found among non-governmental organizations at the international level, international non-governmental organizations, entities like the South-South Center, Mr. President, because I know that there is sometimes a sense of mistrust. If I were to come to this honorable chamber and say the IMF said, there may be those who may say, well, they just want to lend you money, so it's in their interest to say so. So I have looked at what the World Bank has said. And people may say, well, they just want to lend you money, and so that's what they will say. And then there will be those that, because they will say that, so I have looked at what the UN institutions have said and their developmental role and the role to be played by the Sustainable Development Goals. But I've also looked at those entities that have served as advocacy groups, voices sometimes crying in the wilderness on the issues that are being faced by the countries in the global south, of which Barbados and the countries in the Caribbean are very much members. And they are all, for the first time perhaps in modern history, speaking in different incarnations, in different fora, under a similar theme, facing crisis upon crisis, how can the world respond? And so I'm going to go through, Mr. President, on that basis and identify, one, the challenges that are being presented, two, the responses that are being recommended by these coherent voices speaking in a choir across the globe, advanced, emerging, G20, developing, and I'm also going to include what is being said about countries in the least developing world. Mr. President, I am then going to correlate those things to the actions being taken by this government and this administration to be able to respond to what we are facing. Mr. President, I then, on that basis, would want to say to you that which we already know. We are now post-COVID. We talked about it for the last 2.5 years. COVID was an unprecedented crisis that began in February of 2020. Many of us thought, we're going to go into this first lockdown, we're going to stay inside, and we're going to get on with our lives. Mr. President, when COVID started, no one had any idea about the far-reaching impact that it would have and the decimating impact that it would have, not just on domestic economies, but in particular, Mr. President, on the issues with supply chain and logistic chain interruptions began during COVID as countries went into lockdown mode. Mr. President, in the first 6 months of COVID, and the Chinese economy closing down. Global production coming out of China decreased by 40%. 40, not 14, by 40%, Mr. President. The resulting impact of that, Mr. President, continues to this day as China, as recently as this week, went into yet another set of lockdowns as a result of one case found in Shanghai. If the world's largest producing economy is still in a lockdown mode, what are the implications for the world's manufacturing community that depends heavily on exports from China, on inputs into its own domestic manufacturing production from China, and the overall relationship that China has with the global financial system? I am sure that there is at least one member of this honorable chamber who is intimately and personally familiar with the dynamism that is the Chinese economy and would be in a position to speak to the impact, inevitably, of such an economic situation evolving in China and how it would have a ripple effect around the globe. Mr. President, we then went into a war. And for those of us sitting in Barbados, in beautiful old buildings like this, we do not understand the impact of bombs dropping on us in the way that the people of Ukraine do. But what we do understand, even if it is somewhat in an esoteric way and at a distance, is that inflationary prices are impacting consumer prices and our ability to spend. But what we don't necessarily connect that to, Mr. President, is that war. It is the export of wheat and as a key input into so much of what we consume and so much of what is produced. It is the inflationary prices of fuel, including gas and oil, as a consequence of the crisis that is now enveloping Europe. And the expectation, Mr. President, is that if the war does not end before winter sets in, the circumstances will only deteriorate and not get better. Mr. President, in this same speech, what is an interesting thing that the managing director of the IMF said, it is this. She said, Mr. President, in summary, it is an interesting thing that when a war in Europe can result in famine in Africa, when challenges with fuel in Europe can result in a global downturn, when a pandemic that begins in one country and we think it can run for a day, debilitates economies for years and years still to come. Mr. President, this is the environment in which Barbados, 166 square miles, under 300,000 people on average. Census will tell us what the actual number is, we hope. But Mr. President, this is the dynamic that Barbados is navigating, facing crisis upon crisis. And so the IMF, the World Bank, the United Nations, the South-South Center, ECLAC, and all of the international partners have told us a couple of things. While we are facing bigger challenges, constant challenges, and more difficult choices, there are a number of key things that we have to pay attention to. I'm going to put it in context, Mr. President. In January of this year, the IMF cut the global forecast by 4.4% for 2022. Since then, it went on to say that the global forecast and its outlook has deteriorated substantially, largely because of the war and its repercussions, inflation, financial tightening, and frequent wide-ranging lockdowns in China, and I've spoken about China before. These things are creating new bottlenecks in global supply chains and are weighing on economic activity. World Bank goes on to say this: we will be projecting a further downgrade in global growth for both 2022 and 2023. Fortunately, for most countries, some growth will still remain in positive territory, but the impact of the war will contribute to forecast downgrades in, and I want you to recall this number, 143 economies this year, accounting for 86% of global GDP. Barbados, Mr. President, is not operating in a vacuum. And despite all the things that we as citizens and as members of the public, and in our case, policymakers, would love to be able to see and to do, Mr. President, there is a certain cognizance of the global environment in which we function and the global position that the international organizations have said we are expected to find ourselves in. ECLAC went on to say this, Mr. President, for most countries, output is now expected to take even longer to return to pre-pandemic trends. Most emerging and developing countries are not just grappling with the economic fallout of war in Europe, but also the scarring effects of the pandemic crisis. And this includes job losses, learning losses, borne mainly by women and children as a result of the issues that we have faced on the social spectrum. Mr. President, this is the reality from the international community. And it is within this frame, Mr. President, that this administration has formulated first, in 2018, when we were dealing with a fiscal crisis only, a debt restructuring program, and introduced into this honorable chamber the BERT program 2018. Now, in BERT 2018, we had a different crisis. Mr. President, in BERT 2018, Barbados had lost access to international capital markets. We had had over 23 downgrades by rating agencies. In 2018, Mr. President, foreign reserves had dwindled from about $2 billion initially to down to $400 million, just about 5 weeks of import cover. Mr. President, in 2018, we had economic output averaging less than 1%, and national debt skyrocketing to 176.3% of GDP. Mr. President, this was at the time the highest in the world. This was the context of 2018. What I described when I started my presentation, Mr. President, is a vast difference from that first crisis, a fiscal crisis, to now having a COVID crisis, a crisis of war, and I haven't spoken of yet, Mr. President, of the climate crisis, which continues to have a debilitating effect in other areas, Mr. President. And those global crises, Mr. President, have created regional and national crises. They have created policy-making crises. They have created a crisis of fiscal space, Mr. President, to do all the things that our hearts desire and all the things that we would want to be able to do for our people. And Mr. President, what this administration has done is to develop what we can only at best describe as an iterative plan that acknowledges that circumstances are not constant. If 2018 into 2019 and then 2019 into 2020 taught us anything, is that the circumstances we navigated at the time required us to navigate them and pivot by the time we hit 2020. And by the time we hit 2020, Mr. President, and we put measures in place to go into 2021, 2021 happened very differently, and now we are here in 2022. There is nothing static, Mr. President, we are clear about government policy and government interventions in the market as a result of these crises. Crisis after crisis will require difficult choices, and they will require a changing and a constantly evolving response. Because I am certain, Mr. President, that the critics of the government's policy would not expect that in 2022, that the government of Barbados would still be responding only narrowly to the crises that we put on the table in full visibility of the public and the people of Barbados in 2018, as if nothing has happened since then. That would surely not be logical. It would not be what is expected of us. And so the government has had to evolve a policy over time. And so what was assumed in 2018, Mr. President, with the BERT plan, restoring macroeconomic stability at the time, placing the economy on a sustainable and an inclusive growth plan, and making a commitment to treat to the important and long-standing issues that has been a bugbearer of critical public infrastructure investments then being expedited, but also, Mr. President, the long-standing and painful issue of SOE reform. Mr. President, can you imagine what it was for a government to have navigated with its foreign creditors first, then it's domestic creditors, and have to be in a position where you have identified with the IMF and through your financial infrastructure that this is the level of your debt arrears. And then to discover, Mr. President, that because there was absolutely no oversight built into our system at the level of state-owned enterprises, that there were all these debts that were accumulated by disparate arms of government at the SOE level that had never been brought to book. And so government then had to again pivot for a second time. And we had to navigate a changing in our debt overhang as a consequence of things then being brought to book as a result of poorly structured, poorly managed SOEs, Mr. President. But those things notwithstanding, that was 2018, and the government managed to restructure its debt, and the government still managed to follow the advice that we have now seen in every single international organization to prioritize its spending in a number of key areas: education, health, capital works expansion. These are three areas, Mr. President, that you have heard this administration speaking about, some people would say ad nauseum, over and over and over and over again, because they are the established priorities, not just for this government, Mr. President, but for the international development community that has studied development and has studied national development and economic transformation and fiscal management, that these are the things that any government must always prioritize. And the IMF, in this speech, Facing Crisis Upon Crisis, makes mention of it, Mr. President. They speak about it. If we were to doubt, Mr. President, that there is a critical importance for managing the fiscal space that the government had in BERT 2018 and then now in BERT 2019, Mr. President, the IMF says this because there's a lot of discussion around the question of debt, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute. Mr. President, it says, maintaining access to liquidity is particularly crucial. IMF lending, currently amounting to over $300 billion, has helped member states significantly in this regard. As at summer last year, 2021, 650 billion SDRs, SDR special drawing rights, we talked about that before, have been allocated. Low-income countries are using up to 40% of their SDRs on COVID-related priorities, including essential spending. You have heard the Minister of Health, you have heard the Prime Minister, excuse me, speaking on more than one occasion about the extraordinary investment that this government made in healthcare over the last 2 years. Let's not talk about it in abstract terms, Mr. President. How many of us had the option of having to go into a public polyclinic, and having to pay for a vaccine? None of us. How many of us had the option of going into a public polyclinic and paying to be tested? If we paid to be tested, we did so by choice. We did not have to do so. Mr. President, how many people, especially in the first part of the pandemic, were able to benefit from care, including critical care, at the Harsons Point facility? Did we pay at the point of the delivery of that service, Mr. President? We remember, and I remember being chairman of the Bridgetown Port at the time that the very first ventilator landed in this country, donated by one of the cruise lines, Mr. President, and it landed at the Grand Islands International Airport. I remember the investment that government had to make in ventilation capacity in order to make sure that Barbadians could live through the onset of that first variant of COVID, Mr. President. Did we pay, any of us as individuals, for that? That was not planned expenditure, Mr. President. When the Prime Minister and the other members of government at the time went to Harsons Point and in 4 weeks managed to turn an old base into a hospital that then became critical to our management of COVID, we didn't have to pay for that. The government made sure that that was expenditure. Even if it was not planned expenditure, Mr. President, it was critical expenditure. And the government did what? The government pivoted. The government made sure that it provided the critical services that Barbadians needed at the time. And so, unplanned expenditure, the incurring of debt in order to be able to meet the critical needs of our people, and we have been able to see the exponential increase in expenditure. Mr. President, one of the things that the international community also talks about is training and education. You had a government that came in with a fiscal restructuring program, a debt restructuring program. And that is a government that still made commitments to reinstate the payment of tertiary level education for University of the West Indies students. Mr. President, the government pivoted. The government, even in times of crisis, still made critical investments in the country. Mr. President, you then have any number of capital works projects which the government started. So, Mr. President, BERT 2018 is not necessarily going to be BERT 2022. So I want to now come to some of the achievements under BERT 2018 deliberately because I want to go into BERT 2022. What are some of the achievements, Mr. President? Mr. President, the government under BERT 2018 was successful in clearing 87% of debt arrears that had been accumulated over the period of the past decade. The government did that in a period of 2 years. Mr. President, the stock of central government arrears fell from $1.2 billion to $137 million at the end of March 2020. And the government would have settled the accumulated arrears over the previous years, many of these including outstanding and long outstanding value-added tax and personal income and corporation tax. Many of us had not seen a tax return for I don't know how long, and the government undertook to settle many of those. Mr. President, the debt restructuring, even though it was challenging, and we accept that it was challenging, it also had its benefits, Mr. President. Over $1 billion, not B with a B, well, billion with a B and not with an M, was saved per annum in debt service payments for a 5-year period, and interest payments were reduced from 8% of GDP to just under 4% of GDP prior to the pandemic. Total debt service, Mr. President, amounted to 22% on every tax dollar versus what it was before at 68 cents of every tax dollar. That would have constituted 1% of GDP at the end of the financial year. The SOEs that I mentioned earlier, Mr. President, their arrears declined from approximately $755 million, Mr. President, to $61 million or 7% of GDP at the end of March 2020. Now, Mr. President, you know there's a narrative sometimes that we would like to have. The government didn't do nothing, would do this, but it still didn't make a difference. Sometimes we have to check ourselves and we have to check our hearts. My mother always used to say, what's your motive? It's not always what you do, it's why you do it. What is driving you, despite the clear evidence before you, to roll your eyes when the government says things? What is driving you to turn in a different direction, Mr. President? What is really your motive? If in the presentation of facts, the facts don't matter, and you hear some people say, don't mind them, they must always be talking and saying the same thing. You know, there are some people who are always willing to dismiss, and there are those who genuinely do not always understand what is being presented because it is not their area. Mr. President, if you come and talk to me about medical science, I can look in the opposite direction because I do not understand what you're talking about. When Senator Haynes stands up and starts to speak about the blue economy and some of the things that she has been working on, Mr. President, I have to listen because it is not my discipline and I have to be able to absorb what is being said, Mr. President. When the lawyers in here start to speak about their colleagues, I have no idea most times what they are speaking about because it is not my discipline, Mr. President. And there are those people who genuinely do not always know, like me, what we are talking about, and so we listen in order to understand. But then there are those who listen in order to reject. And it is those to whom I am referring in this instance. But it is our responsibility to put as much information as we can out there so that people can make decisions on an informed basis. And that is the commitment of this government. Mr. President, one of the key things that this BERT 2018 was able to accomplish was a restoration of investor confidence. Now, why was that necessary, Mr. President? After 23 downgrades, the question is not just about downgrades per se. We're not talking about downgrades. When people would say, oh, why does a downgrade matter? What's the big deal of a downgrade? A downgrade, kind of like if we were to go into a commercial bank and we were to say, I want to get a loan. I want a loan for $100, Mr. President. but I have a bad track record of repaying my debt. I don't pay my debts. Not me, not Lisa. I have to clarify that. But I have a bad track record of repaying my debt. And my income does not suggest that I can pay that debt. That's what a downgrade really is for a country. It is a rating of your sovereign being in the country, and your debt, your ability to pay, and your track record of paying back. Mr. President, Barbados had 23 downgrades. Clearly, we were doing really poorly. We did not have a good track record at all. Mr. President, after the BERT program of 2018, by 2019, Barbados had already benefited from 2 upgrades from the international credit rating agencies. Both Moody's and Standard & Poor improved Barbados's rating based on the implementation of what they described as strong fiscal and debt policies. Now, in 2022, Barbados is just notches away from being investment grade again on the S&P rating scale. And even in January this year, while other countries around us were being downgraded, Barbados maintained on part of S&P a stable outlook and received an upgrade from a new entity, Fitch. So clearly, the government is doing something right. The government is, in fact, engaging with the international community. It is engaging with its development partners because it understands that crises after crises, especially when those crises are global, require global collaboration, require multilateral solutions, and they require decisive national intervention. Mr. President, now, I want to speak specifically in this instance, Mr. President, now about what the government is looking to do under BERT 2022. It is key for us to treat to the question of debt and managing how we treat to debt, Mr. President, and what the BERT program is intended to do. Now, the BERT program for 2022 has 3 main pillars, Mr. President. Excuse me. Three main pillars there. Well, 4 main pillars. The first one is a growth strategy. I'll talk for a few minutes about that. A fiscal strategy. I've spoken to some extent about that, but I'll go into some more detail. A debt management strategy. And then finally, Mr. President, one of the things that is critical to this administration, when you are dealing with crisis after crisis after crisis, when you're dealing with soaring inflation, increasing consumer prices, the loss of income, Mr. President, in many instances, unemployment challenges, the question of social cohesion becomes even more important. And a government's investment in its social infrastructure is therefore the 4th and the final pillar of this iteration of BERT 2022, Mr. President. Those are the things, Mr. President, that this administration is navigating in 2022. But I want to say up front, crisis after crisis, time after time, everything changes year after year, not always endogenous to Barbados, but oftentimes exogenous to Barbados and into the region. We have to be in a position always to pivot. I've been using that word throughout. We have to be in a position to pivot, and we have to be responsive to the challenges of the time, in the time, and projecting for the time ahead. And when that time ahead does or does not materialize, or when changes come then too, Mr. President, we as a government have to still be prepared to pivot. That is what is required of us, and that is what we have learned, Mr. President. So let's start with the growth strategy. Let's start with the fiscal strategy first, Mr. President. Because we've talked about the reforms in places like the Barbados Revenue Authority, and I would want to take the opportunity to celebrate the work that has already started in the BRA. It is not yet there where it needs to be, but the commitment of the commissioner, the new commissioner, I don't know how new Louisa Ward still is, but she has been getting into the trenches and committing to making substantial reforms of the operations of the Barbados Revenue Authority. There have been measures already implemented, Mr. President, to modernize tax administration systems, which I spoke about there, to reduce revenue leakages. There has also been a restructuring of the tax waiver systems, which those things were always efficient. And there are also issues that have been, reforms that have been implemented, Mr. President, to address questions of expenditure leakages and also to treat the questions of public procurement. Mr. President, we have passed a Public Procurement Act. One of the first things that this administration did in 2019 was to pass a Public Finance Management Act. And if you look at the Public Finance Management Act in the respective schedules, appended at Schedules 1 and Schedules 2, you will see an outline of the management of the state-owned enterprises as well as the commercial state-owned enterprises now being brought to book and ensuring that their financial management never again puts the government of Barbados at the central government level into a position where they have accumulated arrears and debts that are not in any way correlated to central government's finances. And so those measures have already been put in place in the government. The reform and restructuring of state-owned enterprises is a significant initiative, and it is still very much underway in BERT 2. Work has already begun, Mr. President. I now have taken responsibility for a new ministry, Energy and Business, and under that ministry includes one of the entities that I have heard time after time after time after time over the course of the last week. Well, actually today is a week that I have been in this seat, KIPO. And so the reform of KIPO is a critical component of what this administration has to do with state-owned enterprises. And I am committed, as were my predecessors, to ensuring that we are in a position to reform that entity once and for all in order to make Barbados a place where you can do business efficiently and effectively in a timely manner. Mr. President, but KIPO is just one. You have the Urban Development Commission, the Rural Development Commission, National Housing Corporation, the Agricultural Management Trust, Agricultural Management Fund. All of these are entities that are in the need of state-owned enterprise reform. And this administration, Mr. President, has identified a dedicated team already functioning within government who have been given responsibility for the reform of each one of these entities. And so we know who these are team members already constituting the government's economic and financial team, and they are responsible, and we have divided up the state-owned enterprises among the team in order to ensure that we are able to go in and to do reform. The Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc., for example, is not one of those entities that comes on a public purse. It is not a taxpayer money per se funded entity. The Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc. is funded on the airport service charge paid by visitors on departure from Barbados. And it is capitalized, therefore, on the basis of travel in and out of Barbados and not from the consolidated fund. It has a cap in the legislation where X amount of resources would go to the BTMI and the remaining resources that come in from the ASC then go to the consolidated fund. But the government in 2018 made an announcement, and it is still committed to ensuring that it can deliver on that, which is that the BTMI must now transition into a public-private sector partnership where it is able to have a collaborative arrangement that helps to capitalize the functioning of the BTMI between the public sector and the private sector. And that is, again, another example of how we are treating to SOE reform. So could you imagine, Mr. President, if there is a PPP around the BTMI, for example, as an example, you now have a scenario where the resources that would come from the airport service charge to capitalize that entity could arguably be assigned to some of the critical work that needs to be done in country, even as we continue to market the country. We have the Grantley Adams International Airport that was not included in 2020. Mr. President, this is an example of how we pivoted. In 2018, when we started this process, the Grantley Adams International Airport was not included. Why? Because it was constituted as a commercial state-owned enterprise for the purposes of the Public Finance Management Act Schedule 2, as a commercial state-owned enterprise that is able to be self-financing, much like the Bridgetown Port. It receives no money from the consolidated fund historically. For the first time in its history, Mr. President, COVID came and arrivals plummeted. People were no longer arriving and traveling, and I've already mentioned that these entities are capitalized by travel, not from the central government purse, not from the Barbadian taxpayers. And so, Mr. President, when that entity then saw COVID happen over the course of 2020 into 2021, for the first time in its history, central government had to provide financial resources to both the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc. and to the Grantley Islands International Airport. We'd never done so before, we never had to, but we had to do it then in order to keep these entities functioning. Because nobody went home from the airport. Nobody went home from BTMI because we still had salaries to pay and people to look after, Mr. President, and that was the commitment of this government. We had to pivot. We had to pivot. So now here we are in 2022, and the restructuring of these organizations is now firmly back on the agenda for the government of Barbados, and the expectation is that under BERT 2022, there will be a significant and a transformational restructuring of our state-owned enterprises. Mr. President, I also want to spend a moment on the growth strategy because this is critical. This is critical. Growth is no longer what we may have thought it to be in times past. Growth has to be predicated on a number of pillars, Mr. President, and you have heard on more than one occasion our Prime Minister speaking about the emerging markets. It's a strange thing because when I sat in a tourism chair, anytime I spoke about Africa or the Latin America region, eyes would glaze over. People were like, that's not the market. If it was not the UK, people just weren't terribly interested. That was the reality. But now we have entities like the IMF, like the World Bank, like the United Nations, like the South-South Center, talking about the importance of South-South collaboration. The Global South in Africa and the Global South in the Americas collaborating and creating direct linkages, Mr. President. And so if it was one thing that came out positively from the cessation in travel to some of our major metropoles, it has been a focusing on people who look, sound a little bit, and move like us. And that becomes one of the key planks, Mr. President, for an expansion strategy. It's why you saw the active conference being held here just a few weeks ago, Mr. President. It's why you see the Prime Minister speaking about collaboration between Barbados and Guyana, because we're talking here also in this IMF crisis upon crisis about the issues of food security, the issues of energy security. Prime Minister has been speaking about it, and it's captured in the growth trajectory of the BERT 2022 program. The expansion and the investment, Mr. President, in renewables, in the greening of the economy. There has to be also, Mr. President, an investment in the sectors of the future. We've seen fintech. We heard earlier someone speaking, one of the members, the honorable members, speaking about things like cryptocurrencies, new forms of financial investment, Mr. President. Those are the sectors of the future. But within the traditional sectors, Mr. President, you have a diversification even within, let's use the example of international transport. Mr. President, in a few weeks, I hope to have the opportunity to speak about a bill. Well, in a little while, I hope to have the opportunity to speak about a bill that is before this chamber and was debated last week in the other place, that I spent probably close to 18 months from start to finish working with the extraordinary teams on. Mr. President, when we talk about international transport, we're talking also about aviation. We're talking about maritime. And the development of new growth industries is not just about within our traditional sectors, Mr. President, like tourism, expanding our share of the market in established markets. It is also about diversifying within existing traditional sectors, Mr. President. So tourism, for its part, must also continue to diversify, but it also must be planked on anchors like international transport. It is why we are proposing in the BERT 2022 to have a logistics hub, Mr. President. It is why that logistics hub is connected to the expansion of our maritime and our aviation sectors. It is why, Mr. President, we are looking at the expansion of new businesses and new sectors and a new creation of opportunities in aviation and in maritime, because those things then consolidate to give effect to our food security push, and our collaboration between Barbados and Guyana. Anybody thought that because that Prime Minister and our Minister of Agriculture are spending so much time working with Guyana just because they are our neighbors? No, that can't make no sense. They're spending so much time because the hottest economy in the world now is Guyana. The fastest growing economy in the world is Guyana. And the closest country that has been partnering with Guyana over the last few years has been Barbados. On Friday, last week, we launched a training portal between Barbados and Guyana to be able to upskill some of their workers to prepare using the National Transformation Initiative for their emerging sectors. That creates an opportunity for Barbados. You have the Minister of Agriculture and the Prime Minister and their counterparts in Guyana collaborating on the creation of a food terminal in Barbados, which consolidates production here in Barbados between Barbados and Guyana and northern Brazil, Roraima, and shipping here using the Deepwater Harbor and the aviation sector to create transshipment opportunities for Barbados from the fastest growing economy in the world. It is not an esoteric thing. These things are all connected, Mr. President, all connected. When we talk about the relationship with Africa, Mr. President, the discussions between Barbados and the Caribbean and the Africa Exim Bank have been about how do we then use that platform here in Barbados for a logistics hub to open up new lanes for maritime transportation between the Caribbean and the African continent, Mr. President, and from the African continent via Barbados in the south down to the South American region. Those are the things that we are now including in an expansionary trajectory that is meant to stimulate growth. Are they going to happen overnight? No. Will they take time? Yes. But are we committed as a government to ensuring that we lay the institutional scaffolding that will give rise to them? Yes, we are, Mr. President. We also now have, Mr. President, a mechanism, and I want to just bring my presentation somewhat to a close by speaking for a few moments about the mechanisms that will be put in place to monitor this thing. The government is not monitoring itself. We, in 2018, had a BERT monitoring committee that was a subset of the social partnership. It was led by the private sector, and they independently monitored the application and the implementation of the BERT program. By the end of this year, Mr. President, and we are already in November, we are hoping that the government will be in a position to announce the creation of a new public-private sector growth council that will be drawn from a number of places, and Prime Minister will speak on that, how it will be constituted, but it is meant to map growth over the medium term to ensure that it is private sector driven and export led, and it will focus on the following planks, Mr. President: incentivizing the private sector and public investment in climate resilient infrastructure and green transitionary tools, incentivizing the private sector and public investment in low and middle income housing, investing in skills development and training, including utilization of online tools like the NTI, which I mentioned earlier, in order to enhance the human capacity development of our population, preserving financial stability and mobilizing domestic services for local investment in order to facilitate investment opportunities for as many Barbadians as possible. We've also identified another area, Mr. President, which will be making government an enabler to enhance productivity, competitiveness, and service excellence towards achieving higher local and foreign direct investment in our economic sectors, both traditional and non-traditional. Establishing Barbados as a logistics hub, I've spoken about that, which will then in turn create the regional and international economic linkages. I've talked about that in order to improve our exports and our export capacity. Now, Export Barbados is doing some tremendous work, and I'm looking forward to collaborating with Export Barbados and the creation of a tripartite type relationship between my own ministry, with responsible for commerce and trade, foreign trade, which is responsible for foreign trade in terms of the agreements, and industry with responsibility for Export Barbados, which is the export-led entity. And so the three of us anchoring the productive sectors domestically and stimulating that productive sector growth and that private sector-led growth in order to drive investment outward using the mechanism that is Export Barbados in its new incarnation, Mr. President. We've also agreed that we will be looking at economic diversification through the development of new niche sectors, particularly in the knowledge-based economy, and we've talked about life sciences at great length in many instances. And then ultimately, Mr. President, improving productivity and adopting open labor market policies in order to ensure that we can promote stronger and equitable, resilient growth. These are, Mr. President, some of the elements that are incorporated in the growth agenda of the BERT 2022 program. There's so much more that I could say, but I can't say it now, Mr. President, in the interest of time. But what I will say, I will close with this quote, which I referenced earlier. And this is a quote from the IMF in this instance. It says this: "In a world where war in Europe creates hunger in Africa, where a pandemic can circle the globe in days and reverberate for years, where emissions anywhere mean rising sea levels everywhere, the threat to our collective prosperity from a breakdown in global collaboration cannot be overstated. The only effective remedy to these risks is international cooperation. It is our only hope for a fairer and more resilient future, and it is our duty." Mr. President, when our Prime Minister travels to COP in Cairo this week to speak to the world's leaders on climate change, when she travels to Washington, D.C., along with our Ministry of Foreign Affairs officials to speak about the global financial architecture, when she advocates for special drawing rights for countries like Barbados from the IMF, when she advocates for a fairer and more moral leadership approach to how global issues are navigated, Mr. President, what she is speaking to, Mr. President, is a world that I just described that is highly interdependent and facing crisis after crisis, which in turn requires a response. I am confident, Mr. President, that the responses of the government of Barbados may not be perfect. I am confident that there are always things that could be done differently. But I'm also confident, Mr. President, that this is a government and an administration that has aligned itself with the international community and identified best practices and looked at the development trajectory which is required for countries of all stages in life, but in particular countries like ours that are developing and need to be able to position itself in a world where we must always be able to pivot. I am confident that this resolution before this honorable chamber is well poised to treat to the issues before us. I am confident that our debt management strategy is what it needs to be with the guidance and the oversight of the international community. I am confident that the balance between debt and expenditure is being driven, Mr. President, by a debt management framework and a growth strategy that is meant to increase our revenues. And I am confident that the work that I have not even begun to mention, Mr. President, including the outcomes of the Population Commission, which create a direct correlation between the size of the population and GDP growth and debt service capacity, that all of those things, when they come into the fullness of time, will contribute to Barbados being well positioned to recover from crisis after crisis, and then be in a position to say, we are moving forward into a transformational future for our people, led by the government of Barbados. And with these few words, I beg to move that this resolution do now pass.
Thank you, Senator Cummins. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this honorable chamber do now break for lunch for 1 hour and return at 2:50 p.m.
The question is that this sitting be suspended until 2:50 p.m. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The things the ayes have it. This sitting is therefore suspended until 2:50 p.m. today.
strategy is to ensure that that which we export and the investment that we attract to the island is sustainable and green, Mr. President, so that the BERT Plan 2022 does not negate or leave out our sustainable development goals, does not leave out or compromise the global advocacy of this country in that space, and is aimed at mechanizing the development of this country through tools and techniques aimed at sustainability. This, Mr. President, is innovative and new because you and I both know that there has long been a complaint, particularly about FDI and the realities, if you will, that traditional FDI investment is not always good for our environment, that the traditional businesses we attract have not always been good for our environment. And while there is a thrust by the government to get those traditional players to take measure of their impact on the environment and to improve their processes, there's also a move afoot, Mr. President, as articulated in the BERT program, to attract clean and green investment to the country. I want to take the opportunity, although I have spoken about investors, I want to take the opportunity to encourage average Barbadians to get involved in the thrust towards renewable energy. We only combat the realities of fossil fuel over-reliance if all of us, if not only at the level of the state, but also at the level of the average citizen, we get involved through purchasing a fossil fuel car, which the government has indicated, and this plan has indicated, is going to be in some ways tax-free and tariff-free. And then, Mr. President, there is, like I indicated, the policy in relation to housing that we want persons to take advantage of across income brackets. All of this, Mr. President, is evidence of an understanding that, and the Prime Minister has said it recently, while we may not impact on our own the fossil fuel over-reliance, we have to do what we can to make this country better, to make it cleaner, to make it greener, to make it more sustainable. Mr. President, any growth strategy, and any growth strategy created in this moment, a moment post-COVID, a moment defined by the Ukraine war, has to have at its center the people of Barbados, and I believe this strategy does. And the pillars in which that is evident, where that is evident rather, is in education and training, the development and success, I would say, of the National Transformation Initiative in training thousands of Barbadians through their partnership with Coursera, but through their homegrown and indigenous courses as well, to meet global needs and to respond to global realities is something that cannot be discounted. And it is imperative, Mr. President, because the World Bank, the IMF, international development organizations generally suggest to us that upskilling and democratizing the access to skills and skills development is going to be an important pillar in any small island developing state's recovery. That the thrust and success of the National Transformation Initiative, Mr. President, and the Construction Gateway cannot be extricated from the larger educational reform agenda, and again, providing opportunities through the reform of what is a rather antiquated traditional education system to providing persons with the skills that they need. And then there is the reform. People are also at the center of the reforms associated with the development of what is to be the Family Services Authority, the Family Services Department. Mr. President, grow all you will, and we certainly hope that Barbados grows economically. There will be vulnerable people whom this country has to respond to, who this country in the development of its policy has to make space for. And so the idea of a reformed social services department that provides a set of comprehensive services that reduces stigma, that increases efficiency, is a step in the right direction. And added to that, the legislative thrust of this government to ensure the legal protections of vulnerable people, whether they be persons with disabilities, the elderly, and children, Mr. President, all part of ensuring the provision of social services and the appropriate provision of social services, even as we set about on this growth strategy. Mr. President, the realities of this country, our size in relation to the rest of the world, our relative impact compared to the rest of the world, makes it so that we must steady ourselves, we must respond, we must ensure resilience, and we must commit ourselves in whatever ways to ensuring that the project and promise of Barbados is stability, Mr. President. And I think this BERT plan, as a live document, as a living document representing both the plans and ambitions of this country, does exactly that. And it is in that context that I commend it to this chamber, and with those few words, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Andrelis Boyce. Senator Dr. Brathwaite.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I raise the comment on the current proposals which have been presented to us today. And I wish to begin by commending Senator Lisa Cummins for her eloquent presentation this morning, which I think sets the stage for analysis and for comment on the document which is before us. Mr. President, I would like to think of the BERT program, BERT 2, or BERT 2022, that has been presented to us today as a platform for the future, not as something for 2022 or for 2023 or for 2024 or even for 2025. I would like to believe that the government is presenting to us a platform that helps to define the long-term development of our country, and that sets the stage for growth and economic prosperity going forward. Because, Mr. President, it cannot be that we are seeing our country in a dependency dimension for the long term, but that one that will, with time, evolve to be a prosperous and successful small island development state among the countries of the world. And therefore, I would like to think, Mr. President, that this is a platform for the future and not a platform for today. Mr. President, the turbulent social, economic, and political times in which we live demands of us the need for a new stance, a new approach to address the challenges of our own sustainability. The imperatives are not and cannot be based on the true and tested strategies of the past, but must be grounded and developed in the context of innovative approaches to treat with the challenges of our time for the future. The COVID pandemic, the events of the recent past expose our vulnerability in ways that they were never exposed before. Our vulnerability to changing climate, our vulnerability to the pandemic, and our vulnerability to global conflict. We stand, therefore, at a new moment in time, characterized by uncertainty and unpredictability. I believe, sir, that the BERT program before us will provide the basic elements for a new beginning. That new beginning, in my view, should include strategies to eradicate poverty from Barbados and promote more individual responsibility. Mr. President, globally, 200 million people who were not in poverty before COVID have gone into poverty. Getting people out of poverty, therefore, must be an objective of a post-COVID agenda. The elimination of poverty and the promotion of individual responsibility must be a characteristic of our time. In the section of the document on social development, social security, and poverty eradication, I note that the government has taken cognizance of the need to recognize the impact of COVID, along with climate-related shocks on our population, and the impact that has caused an increase in the population that is now below the poverty line. The programs proposed to address these issues in the areas of housing, in the areas of strengthening healthcare facilities, and streamlining the social services provided by the National Assistance Board, the Child Care Board, and the Welfare Department are noble initiatives. But government cannot forever support all of those who need this assistance. Therefore, the elimination of poverty and the promotion of strategies for individual responsibility become important looking to the future. Because, Mr. President, just think of the cost of social support and social contribution in the long term and the impact that this is going to have on our financial resources. I therefore believe, Mr. President, that the time has come for the development and implementation of specific strategies to eliminate poverty from Barbados. Around the world, many countries are now including poverty eradication as part of their development agenda. And I refer to two countries, Brazil and China, that have made major advances in reducing the level of poverty in their countries over the last decade or so. I think it's appropriate that we should examine what these countries are doing and look at their strategies. Everything that they do may not be relevant to our circumstances, but clearly, Mr. Chairman, an examination of what they're doing to eliminate and eradicate poverty is something that we must be cognizant of, especially in the case of China, which has reduced poverty in that country by some 800 million over the last 20 years. Eradicating poverty in all its forms remain one of the greatest challenges facing humanity. The United Nations has prioritized the eradication of poverty among the Sustainable Development Goals to be achieved by 2030. And I believe that one of the fundamental objectives in the context of our long-term development must be the eradication of poverty from our country. We must see this strategy not only in the context of focusing on the middle class, but focusing on those who are less endowed in our country, the poor and the vulnerable of our society, closing the gap between the haves and the have-nots, developing a strategy to make this country more socially equitable. Such a goal and the implementation of the same would ensure that the poor and vulnerable have equal rights to economic resources, access to basic services, including education, healthcare, and strategies to provide greater access to housing, land, educational opportunities, appropriate technology, and financial resources, including finances for entrepreneurship and for developing that sense of independence, individual independence, by getting involved in more entrepreneurial activities. It is important to recognize that poverty can be the source of many ills in our society, including things like domestic violence, antisocial behavior, crime, malnutrition, poor infrastructure, social tensions that threaten to divide the nation into the haves and the have-nots. In addition, poverty supports the prevalence of disease, poor health, and low productivity, creates anxiety and depression, low self-esteem. All evidence of this that affects especially our children. It stunts their physical growth and development. Poverty hinders social and emotional development and shortens life expectancy. Poverty inflates infant and child mortality, increases the likelihood of children with chronic health problems. Poverty creates and perpetuates and widens the social gaps in our country. Poverty increases parent stress and creates tension in the home. Poverty introduces hunger, neglect, insecurity, and instability. Poverty increases violence. Children personally experience and witness. In a recent report, the Inter-American Development Bank showed that some 7,000 households in Barbados were in poverty, and that represented, according to the same report, 35,000 persons, classified at that time as living below the poverty line. Those numbers might have increased as a result of COVID. Given the fact, Mr. President, that there's some 100,000 households in Barbados, then 7,000 households would just be about 7% of our population. In the context of global figures, this is a low level of poverty when compared to many of the countries in the developing world. In that context, the figure is low, and it should not be beyond us, therefore, in this 21st century, in a world of global prosperity, to end poverty in Barbados. Colleagues, we will not reach our development goals and the noble plans if one part of our society lives in material prosperity and the other part lives in poverty. A strategy of poverty reduction and elimination implies that we will pursue people-centered development strategies that will improve infrastructure, housing, entrepreneurship, and access to capital and markets for the vulnerable of our society. Not only to give them a handout, not only to give them a fish, but teach them to fish so that they can support themselves. Let, therefore, Mr. President, the elimination of poverty be a development objective of Barbados, and let Barbados be the first small island developing state to eliminate poverty in this world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Brathwaite. Senator Drix.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, and to my colleagues that are present and in the chamber, and to all those who can hear my voice. Mr. President, we are now at BERT 2.0. That's what I like to call it, BERT 2.0. And yes, we've had a lot of discussion regarding the level of debt that the country has incurred over the last, particularly last 4 years. And by and large, that is to be expected. The Barbadian public is one that is usually engaged with these types of matters, and you will expect that kind of discourse to happen. BERT 2022, or 2.0, as I said, that I call it, over the next 4 years is seeking to gain financing of the tune of about $2 billion. And we know that a large chunk of this is coming from the International Monetary Fund, Mr. President, the IMF, through another extended fund facility and through the Resilience and Sustainability Trust. And as I listen to the concerns, the various sides by which persons say, you know, we should not be borrowing more money, and then you have persons saying you don't have a choice but to borrow more money based on the economic circumstances, and all the other points of view in between that spectrum, I usually try to think about what's not being said. What's not being said in the conversation. And one of the things that I find that is not being said is we're talking about debt, but why do we have the debt? Why is Barbados in debt? What is causing us to have to go to the local market? What is causing us to have to go to the international financial institutions to accumulate this debt? And there are two economic indicators that are important when we're speaking about debt and possibly the root cause. The first is the fiscal balance, which is government's revenue in relation to its expenditure, and the current account balance. My colleague on the other side spoke about the trade balance a few moments ago. And the current account balance is how much inflows of foreign exchange, which we usually call exports, versus the outflows, what we know are what we call the imports. And both of these indicators, on any given year in our history, Mr. President, they're negative. The fiscal balance or the fiscal deficit, and then the current account is usually negative. And that is customary, usually for a small island developing state like Barbados, who has limited resources on the local side, and then who's also a net importer. And because of that context, you have to finance those two deficits, those twin deficits, by seeking some type of financing. And that is just the harsh reality, because sometimes we get a little ahead of ourselves in rhetoric, but the fact is, Barbados at the moment cannot sustain its fiscal operations without financing, and it cannot sustain all of the luxuries that we've come to love without financing. Mr. President, the government can do some things on the fiscal side in terms of fiscal policy to reduce the deficit. We know those things, such as raising taxes, and nobody wants their taxes to be raised, or they can cut expenditure. Nobody wants to go home. We want to keep the wage bill as is, and we know the social implications for sending home individuals. Or, as we've seen before, we can borrow from the local market, or we have to go to the international market. The current account, Mr. President, is a bit more difficult in terms of its management, because by and large, we don't produce a lot of the things that we import here in Barbados. And we've made very little inroads in trying to reduce the import bill. And when persons, if you want to have a look of how the import bill is structured, go to the central bank report, and it's in the appendix under balance of payments. And when you look at the statistics, I know people talk about energy in terms of our oil imports, our energy imports. We talk about food a lot. But take a look at the merchandise. All other merchandise imports, Mr. President, year on year, it is over $1 billion. And those are the cold, hard facts, Mr. President. Since 2007, Mr. President, going back to the fiscal deficits, we've had extremely large deficits, year on year. 2013 was the largest. We had $958 million in a fiscal deficit for that financial year. The current account balance has declined in terms of its deficit since 1995, Mr. President. The largest deficits in recent history were in 2014, where we had a current account deficit of $860 million, and then in 2021, where it was $1 billion, that's with a B, $1 billion, and we understand because of what happened in 2021, why that would have been to that extreme due to the COVID pandemic. And in the latest central bank report, our current account deficit was, as of September, $967 million. Mr. President, we do not earn the money to support these types of deficits. And sir, these shortfalls basically cause the government to have to intervene in a way that allows for us to have some type of stability in the country. As I said earlier, nobody wants their taxes to be raised. And I'm sure if the government gets up tomorrow and says, and this is completely hypothetical, that we have to send home civil servants, people will be in an uproar. So what gives? Because something has to give. We cannot have it all. And I know it is not politically sexy, but I have not heard of any administration, maybe I'm too young and green, but I've not heard any administration get on any political platform and say that they're introducing trade quotas or embargoes. It is political suicide. It is political suicide, but we have to find a way to resolve this issue, because once we continue to run these deficits, we have to seek financing for it. So Barbadians have to look in the mirror, all of us across the spectrum, excluding those who cannot satisfy their basic needs. And I want to say this publicly today. We have to really ask ourselves, what is it that we're willing to give up? Because on one hand, we don't want to be burdened years down the line with debt financing. But in the short term, we want to have all the material consumption that comes from outside. And we do not make enough money from our main sector, which is tourism, to finance the type of importation that we have year on year. So where do we go? What do we do, Mr. President? And I think that is something, it is an uncomfortable reality. It is something that the political class may not want to say. But when you look at the hard, cold facts of it, and you look at the data, that is where we're at. And if the public is saying they don't want, by and large, to take on more debt, then where, in terms of either fiscal policy or trade policy, where are we going to get the compromise, Mr. President? So essentially, we have a situation in Barbados where we're using borrowed money to support our lifestyle. That's it. So are we willing to give up what we've become accustomed to become more self-reliant and more self-sufficient and live within our means? And I know people will get a bit antsy about that given the current climate and the rate of inflation and the cost of living and everything else. But at some point, this reality, and I think that point has passed, I think that point happened in COVID, but we have to become very sober-minded in what it means to run Barbados, to run these large current account deficits, and the implications that it has for policy and policy making, Mr. President. But, sir, that was just my sobering introduction. Moving on to some specifics and observations that I read in the BERT 2022 program. And one of the key things that I gleaned from the report is the program is being hinged on a key target of a debt to GDP of 60%, debt to GDP of 60%, and reducing our debt profile down to 60%. And a lot of that is going to be based on increasing investment, by and large, in the short to medium term, because as we know, exports take time to get up and running and to produce, to sell to the international market. And one of the major aims is to increase investment as a percentage of GDP to about 29 to 30%, which is a very large amount, very ambitious, Mr. President. And when we break it down in terms of public investment, foreign direct investment, and local private investment, we are aiming for public investment about 5% between 2023 and 2027, foreign direct investment of about 9% in that same time period, and then local private investment about 15% of GDP. And it is ambitious in terms of what the government is trying to do in terms of increasing gross domestic product through investment. But I am a little conservative in terms of what I think is achievable in the time frame. Mr. President, we are talking about increasing public sector investment to about $500 million each year, on average in that time period. We are talking about, to put some real numbers to this, the private sector investment, $1.9 billion on average until 2027. Foreign direct investment, 9% of GDP, averaging $1.1 billion per year on average. And I like to put things into context because telling me that is your target, I then start to think about, okay, has this been done before? Is this something that is achievable? Since 1975, when I looked at foreign direct investment in particular, we've only had a foreign direct investment above 10% of GDP in 8 years, since 1975, 2005, 2007, 2008, 2011, 12, 14, 15, and 16, Mr. President. And a lot of that investment, Mr. President, was in what we call the lost decade. So the lost decade still has some lessons to be learned, because the government is now seeking to raise investment levels, particularly foreign direct investment, to the levels that they were during a decade that we call it was lost. And I say that to say because in that document, that rhetoric based on a national plan, Mr. President, I thought was unnecessary. I understand the politics behind it, but if we're talking about an economic development, a national economic development plan for Barbados, there's no reason to call it a lost decade. That's my personal opinion. Because there are things that we can still learn from that decade. It is not lost. But I really want to ask, so, Mr. President, if we're being realistic with that investment rate of about 30% of GDP. I say that on the backdrop of, as we've heard earlier, increasing interest rates globally. We see many of the large financial institutions being very conservative with their balance sheets and their portfolios, and we are being told that the world is moving towards a recessionary period. Even the IMF and their own outlook, their World Economic Outlook, anticipates that, and I quote, 2023 will feel like a recession for millions around the world. It states that the risks remain unusually large
Monetary policy could miscalculate, and when they're talking about monetary policy, for those who are listening to me, they're talking about the increase in the interest rate by the Federal Reserve in the US and the Bank of England in the UK. And that monetary policy could miscalculate the right stance to reduce inflation because everybody across the globe is dealing with high inflation rates. This is not unique to Barbados. And it goes on to say that divergent policy passed in the largest economies could exacerbate US dollar appreciation. Tightening global financing could trigger emerging market distress, and a worsening of China's property sector crisis could undermine growth. And that, as we've heard in other contributions so far, Mr. President, is the makeup and the landscape that we're looking at going into BERT 2022. So, Mr. President, when I read the document, I asked this question: does the program that the government is looking to embark on, does it make us more resilient in the event than in a scenario that is worse than expected? That's something that is up for question. Does it make us more resilient in a worse than expected global environment? Mr. President, and I say that on the backdrop of, since the 1970s, every major recession, Barbados has ran into economic difficulty. In 1975, in 1982, in 1991, we all know by 1992, we went to the IMF under a standby arrangement. We know what happened in the 2008 recession. And then by 2009, we started to see the implications of that. And then obviously in 2020, every single major recession. And what we're dealing with now is a pandemic-induced global recession, further exacerbated by a geopolitical-induced global recession that is upcoming based on predictions. So how are we faring in an environment where there's a global recession in less than 5 years, back to back? 2 global recessions in less than 5 years, Mr. President. And there are a number of other threats that we've heard that compound the situation. One, Mr. President, is the massive debt levels across the globe. What people are calling the looming global debt crisis. That is a major concern that is being placed on the table by economists and analysts across the world. Mr. President, since the 1970s, in the 1970s, the total debt stock of the world was about 100% of global GDP. By 2001, it was 200% of GDP. And as of last year, 2021, the number is now 350% of global GDP. Global debt to GDP is at 350%. In advanced economies, it is about 420%. These numbers are unprecedented, Mr. President. And, sir, it is being perpetuated because every time a government across the world gets into problems, they borrow and they issue debt. So what we have is governments basically taking financing to steal growth from the future to satisfy the needs of now. I'll say that again. What we have at the moment, because of the debt crisis, is governments stealing growth from the future to satisfy the needs of now. And Mr. President, just to put this into context, it is now known that the level of debt that we have across the world has never been seen in world history. Sir, What is also going to be a part of how government navigates the BERT 2020-22 program is the rise of populism and nationalism across the globe because of the pushback on the globalization experiment. We've seen many countries start to look inwardly, start to seek out ways by which people at home are cared for first, rather than seeking to expand in terms of the globalization movement. And that will have trade implications as well. That will have implications for protectionist policies going forward. The geopolitical tensions also do not augur well for us as a small island developing state when these large countries, these large producers start to withhold goods, Mr. President, from the rest of the world to satisfy their local citizens. Mr. President, we may find ourselves in a situation where the food shortages or the supply shortages that we see now only increase. And Mr. President, when I rise to stand in here, a lot of the times I speak of the climatic impacts. But today I will not even mention those because that in and of itself, we know what that means for Barbados in terms of increased vulnerability and disaster management and loss and damage. So in essence, what I'm trying to say, placing these things into the debate, is that for the targets that I see under the program, from my position and my standpoint, Mr. President, when I look at the numbers, they seem a bit favorable in terms of the outlook and what can be achieved. And if we can expound on, how embedded in the program, there's certain safety mechanisms, certain risk mitigation involved. If a worst case scenario happens globally, then by all means, Mr. President, I welcome that. So I want to make another observation here today, and it is in relation to growth. It is in relation to growth. And much of the new program is underpinning growth in terms of the digital economy, the knowledge-based economy, and also building out the blue and green transition. And that is what is to be expected. That is the right thing to do, Mr. President. But I want to also state that Barbados and the rest of the Caribbean have been known for implementation deficit. And the devil is always in the details when it comes to major projects and policies that buck against the status quo. Mr. President, a perfect example of this we can look at, and it's not necessarily the entity, but the Barbados Port Authority in terms of customs reform. We came to this chamber, this honorable chamber, I believe it was in 2018 or 2019, for ASACUDA 2019, in terms of the reforms for the ASACUDA world and the implementation. And it was supposed to give us a direct benefit in terms of the ease of doing business, in terms of the customs operations. But I do not have the official figures, and this is purely based on anecdotal reporting, but it seems as though the implementation of that system, the processing is taking longer. And I'm not sure if it is a technological problem. I do not know if it is a logistical problem. I don't know if it's an operational problem, but somehow it seems to be a public outcry that now that this new technology has been implemented, Mr. President, things are taking longer to be cleared in the port. And that is just one example in terms of when implementation seems to go wrong and we do not hit the mark in terms of what the project is supposed to benefit, or what the benefits that the project is supposed to give to the country. So when we talk then about the various projects that the government has on its agenda, when we look at the Marine Spatial Plan Mr. President, in the blue economy. When we're talking about going to carbon neutrality by 2030 and all the engineering implications that that has in terms of the capacity on the grid and changing out into batteries and et cetera, and et cetera. When we're talking about 10,000 homes being built in 5 years, Mr. President, and creating all these new niche areas to support growth, I am cautionary because it is always in the implementation where things go wrong or go awry. And the other thing, Mr. President, I want to mention here is capacity. The government has a very large and extensive agenda. It is no small feat what is trying to be achieved. And do we have the capacity? I mean, there's simple things we have to ask sometimes. Do we have the capacity to implement, sustain, and monitor all of the things that the administration wants to do in terms of human resources? Because there are many of these areas that require specialized work, and those persons, many of them I know in the public sector, who are already overworked, Mr. President. So sometimes it may come down to simply a capacity issue in terms of reaching your objectives. So those are the kinds of things that when I read the BERT 2022 program, that I make my notes and I think about in terms of, you know, what does this look like on the ground in the day-to-day execution. But sir, my last observation is in the area of social transformation. Social transformation. And unlike most economists, I do not talk about growth extensively. Because growth must be for a purpose. It must be for a purpose. And that purpose is usually what we call development, when you bring it to its logical conclusion. Sir, does BERT 2022, through you, Mr. President, does BERT 2022 truly change the class and wealth structure of Barbados? Those are the questions that I ask when I read documents like this. Because sometimes we can talk about placing economic opportunities out there in various areas, but if the persons that do not have the means, they do not have the capital, they do not have the resources to participate, if just by their own circumstances they're denied access to these opportunities, then the persons who do have the ability to participate continue to benefit in a way that creates the inequalities that Senator Brathwaite spoke about just now. Sir, to put this into perspective, the single most defining social policy that Barbados has ever had was free education, instituted by the first Prime Minister of Barbados, the Right Excellent Earl Walton Barrow. So if we look at the movement from the sugar industry and agriculture to tourism and services, it was the underlying opportunities through free education that allowed tens of thousands of Barbadians, generation after generation, to then be able to participate in that economic pie. And I'll say something here that may be controversial now. Since that has been instituted 50 plus years ago, Mr. President, and I call it a social disruptor, because it moved persons from one type of standard of living to another. It allowed for social mobility. So it was a social disruptor. And then coupled with the economic opportunities, then we had the various types of development that we had across Barbados. Have we now plateaued in terms of what free education does in terms of social transformation? Have we plateaued in that policy direction? And I'll tell you why I'm asking this question. Because we've moved to a stage where we have a very large middle class, mainly consumers, as I spoke about earlier in terms of the importation bill. Most of them are holders of debt, and they're not really and truly able to add or create true value added to themselves or the country. And that shows up in things like the underemployment of university graduates, the inability to get jobs that are aligned to the skill set that certain people have in Barbados, or the unemployment in our youth. So when we look across the landscape in terms of the trajectory of development, what do we have to do in education or by some other means, because it may not be education that we need now to move us to the next stage of development. It may not be education, but what is it in BERT 2022 that will have the same effect that allows tens of thousands of Barbadians to improve their standard of living and create value added for themselves and this country, Mr. President? Sir, I want to share some statistics with you before I sit. And this is to kind of wrap up what I'm saying here in terms of social transformation. Sir, the working class in Barbados since 2006 has seen the growth rate in wages decline. Not stagnate, decline. In 2006, the rate of wages declined from 5%. In 2018, it was 1%. That is on the backdrop of inflation now being at 7.8%. So you can see the disparity in terms of where wages are versus the cost of living. Very easily, 1%, 7%. A shortfall of about 6%. So the pain that people are feeling on the ground is real. It is in the statistics. And the question has to be, how do we get those people who earn wages to participate more and create value added? And on top of that, Mr. President, if we're saying to them, yes, they have money in the credit union, they have money in the banking service, the savings rate there is 0.15%. So any rate of return on whether it's their employment that they're giving for labor in terms of going to work, or whether it's their savings, Mr. President, the rate of return on what they are earning, the working class in Barbados, Mr. President, is minuscule, I'm sure, in relation to big business and the profits that they're making. Mr. President, Sir Arthur Lewis, in his seminal writings on industrial development and the unlimited surplus of labor, made an observation about these types of characteristics in a society and an economy and its relation to development. And I just want to paraphrase here. In his observation, he stated that what we are trying to do, which is grow the economy by investment, yeah? We have to focus on those who save more and persons of high income. He concluded that in order to increase savings in relation to national income has to be done with respect to being cognizant of the rate of return on profits. And I'll say that again, and probably in simpler terms. The rate by which your wages in a country increase in relation to growing an economy through investment to increase national income must be done cognizant of the rate of return on profits. Because exactly what Senator Brathwaite spoke about in terms of the class disparity, because you have the working class earning or even having a decrease in what they earn versus those who have the capital and who have the resources making higher returns on profits, creates these large disparities. And that is where class and development intertwine. So Barbados needs to be very careful when we march on into the renewable energy sector, when we march on into the blue economy, when we march on into the digitization, into the knowledge-based economy, and all these other areas. We have to be cognizant, Mr. President, what is it that the average earner is making in those sectors versus the people who own capital. And if, Mr. President, at any point we do not address the disparity, then that is where we will continue to uphold the sordid past that we came from, where the plantocracy was the order of the day, Mr. President, and those of a particular class and race, in some instances, held on to what were the means of production and capital accumulation. So, sir, I would just say to the government to be sober-minded about some of the things that I've asked this afternoon. And I know that it is something that is possibly spoken about within the bosom of the government and the cabinet. But when we look at what is happening in terms of certain indicators, there's a clear disparity and a widening of inequality that is happening despite growth. And growth is not, as I said, an end in and of itself, but it has to be that it breaks down the strongholds of the class structure, and it has to be development for all, Mr. President. And with those words, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Drakes. Senator Dr. Hines.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President. This has been a lot to take in. I really have enjoyed and appreciated what I have heard so far. On the Barbados Economic Recovery Transformation Plan 2022, I have so much to say. This is a really significant document because it is so expansive. I categorize this in the area of development planning, and Barbados is a country that has consistently done development planning and has provided development planning documents since independence. In the 21st century, I can note the ones that some of us may probably be more familiar with, the 2006 to 2025 National Strategic Plan for Barbados. And then after that, we had the Barbados Medium Term Growth Development Strategy, 2013 to 2020. You know, the dates overlap because when we have changes in government, the new government will come up with its own development plan. I put this in this category. I note that we had a previous BERT 2018, but then we had to recalibrate because we had a COVID-19 pandemic. So it is reasonable to expect that there needed to be some adjustment. So this is a good thing. It is very difficult to do anything without a plan. We need to plan. If we don't have a plan, we don't know where on earth we are going. This is a very ambitious plan. The BERT 2018 was ambitious as well, and in this document before us today, in summarizing the BERT 2018, it also notes that BERT 2018 was ambitious. And it is indeed good to be ambitious. We have to reach for the stars. It is important to reach high. And you might not get exactly where you reach, but if you're reaching low, you might not get there either. So it is better to be ambitious. I agree with these things. I hope that we can have some sobriety while we are ambitious as well. And we can recognize some of the things that Senator Cummings noted, which are these crises. And I was starting to wonder if she had read something. There is a very, if I do say so myself, a very informative piece called From Crisis to Crisis, Conundrums of Caribbean Existence in the Global Political Economy, published in January 2022 by one Christina Hines. That I think prior to the 19th of January, I should know as well, that might be quite informative in thinking about this. And I would say that this is not something that is new to us in the region. So if we look at the Caribbean, if we look at Barbados in particular, you will see that we are accustomed to crises. Looking specifically at, so in the 1980s, we had a debt crisis as well. Early 1990s, another crisis. 2001, not as long-lived, but we had the consequences of September 11th. 2008-9, we had a global financial crisis. So it is reasonable to expect that around every 10 years, you're looking for a crisis. And if we consider Barbados, one of the things that is really positive about the country, for all of the things we can talk about and complain about, is that the country has bounced back. It has gone through some very rough patches. We have experienced a lot of experimentation with how to address these crises. Sometimes we responded not as well as we should have, but Barbados has performed relatively well, and we see this reflected in things such as our Human Development Indicator rankings that continue to place us as having high human development. So if we want to look on the bright side of all of the turbulence that we have experienced, we can see that there are some positive things that Barbados, when compared to other countries in this region, in this hemisphere, if we look at Latin America, for instance, has been a lot more stable when it comes to coming out of these crises. Not perfect, we know that, we know, but it has been a lot more stable. If we want to think about going to the IMF, Barbados has gone to the IMF before as well. 1982 to 1983, a stabilization program, following which the country returned to 2 to 4% growth. We went to the IMF program, as we know, 1991 to 93, and we are in one now. We know the recent history. So this is not something that is new to Barbados. There may be some who are averse to going to the IMF, and when I hear the term lost decade, in my mind, from when I was a student, the lost decade generally referred to the decade from 1980 to 1990, 1989 or thereabouts. I note the 1980s, The Lost Decade, Development in Reverse by Hans Singer, published in 1989, as well as Lost Decades, Developing Country Stagnation in Spite of Policy Reform, 1980 to 1998. When you come from a development studies background, when we hear about the lost decade, this is what we are talking about generally. And these discussions tend to talk about the difficulties of countries going to the IMF in the 1980s because of the structural adjustment programs that countries were required to enter when going to the IMF. And the IMF is often linked to this decade being lost, some of the requirements. So For me, I find it's a kind of interesting use of lost decade. I also recall that people talk about the 1990s as a lost decade in Japan. I hear we have a lost decade now in Barbados too. The United Nations recently in a 2021 report indicated some concern that this decade from 2021 for the next 10 years may also be a lost decade because of the vagaries of the COVID-19 pandemic and the way in which it set countries back. I say all of this to get to the point that we are accustomed to experience, as I've said already, we're accustomed to experiencing crises. We're accustomed to planning. And in our planning, I think it is very important for us to recognize that there is always a crisis on the horizon. And we can even say that we're living in constant crisis now because of the threats of climate change. So we have to bear these things in mind when we set targets for ourselves, as ambitious as we want to be. So when we set growth targets, when we set targets for debt, I think we have to be very aware in our context, Barbados as well as the wider Caribbean, that these things are all contingent on the world cooperating with us. And bear these things in mind when we evaluate the successes of programs. So that is my introduction to speaking about this plan. There are some specific things that I would like to get to in the plan. We have 1 to 164, points 1 to 164. As I said, this is quite expansive. And I took the time just to note the things in this BERT plan that stood out to me. Not because they're bad, necessarily, but because I have questions about them. Because I have noticed that most of the discussion is about debt. Most of the discussion is about debt, it is about growth, it is about these economic elements of the plan. This is reasonable, but there is so much more in this plan that I wonder how these things will work, if they will work, and also the rationale. What's the reason behind them? So I note, for instance, a data analytics authority and national statistics system is supposed to come out of, this is one of the things to be implemented out of this plan. What is the connection between this and the Barbados Statistical Service? Are these two things going to, is this going to replace the Barbados Statistical Service and therefore it will become redundant? What is this? I am not quite understanding. I know it is part of public sector reform that is to come from this program, but we have the Statistics Act Cap 192 that governs the Barbados Statistical Service. I am trying to figure out how these two things are connected and what the utility of this is. Would we not be expecting that the Barbados Statistical Service will be moving into the 21st, continuing to move along in the 21st century and thereby would incorporate things such as data analytics? Is this data analytics authority specifically to deal with BERT, or is this expected to be an ongoing and long-standing institution in Barbados that will help us to provide information that we need for development purposes as well? We need the statistics, we need the information so that we can track how we are doing and do better. I also note at 35, in speaking of state-owned enterprises, there is an emphasis on divesting from purely commercial activities, decreasing subsidies to the public via the introduction of user fees, decreasing subsidies to the public sector. I have some questions about these things too. What entities are we? There are some entities that we know of specifically. So we know that there are things that are going to happen with the Transport Board, Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation, National Housing Commission, RDC, UDC. But what else are we talking about here? I really would like just to have some more information on how these things are going to work. When we talk about user fees, where are these user fees going to come and what are they going to look like? Will something be built into these user fees to ensure that those who really cannot afford it, it is okay to say that we will have user fees, but at what level will these fees be? We don't want to end up in a situation where we introduce user fees that can undermine some of our institutions, that people can use and experience free at the point of delivery. So we don't want to move into a situation where persons decide, you know what, I'm not going to take my child to the polyclinic, or I'm not going to go because I ain't really got that $10 in a user fee. My question is, where are these user fees going to come? Are we talking about them in the healthcare sector? Are we talking in schools? Where are the user fees? This is specifically state-owned enterprises. We know the QEH is supposed to be turned into a charity. Just what kind of user fees are we talking about? I really would like to know, and I hope that sufficient consideration is given to having these at an affordable level. Even when we're talking about things like registering businesses, we are interested in small businesses. All of these user fees, I would hope, are at levels that are really affordable or appropriate, let's say, appropriate to what people who may use the various entities can pay. CBC, for instance, there are some persons that, if not for CBC, they would not have any news or any form of television entertainment. Are we talking about a user fee in the form of what we see in other places, like a television license as exists in the United Kingdom? These are just some questions that I have. 62. This one, where there's a discussion about how arrears have been settled using bonds. This is something that concerns me. Arrears being settled using bonds, Series J bonds, Series F bonds, also at 63. Liabilities for properties that were compulsorily acquired, being repaid or addressed via bonds. Are people able to use these bonds to do the things that they need in life, like go to the supermarket with a bond or deal with other debts that they themselves might have? So I just sought here to point out some of the things that I want more information on. And I know that this is a broad plan, as it is a development plan. So I hope that in the future we will get more details on some of these things, and not just details proclaimed from on high, but that entail a level of engagement with those who may be affected, who may be the persons that have to pay user fees, for instance. The persons who have had to accept bonds, I don't know if they were consulted on this matter. I hope that in this process, those who are affected will be included. One of the things I really like is the discussion of the agricultural sector at 122 as a key driver of growth and food security. I like this, and I'm sure that Senator Brathwaite also likes this emphasis. Also, 139, the establishment of a regional ferry service for the movement of goods and people. I think this is a positive initiative, and I hope that it will come to reality. But there is one in here that, I don't know, it seems a little bit strange to me. And this is at 140C, the development of a legal and fiscal framework that will support the private development of new offshore islands and peninsulas. That is something. And I say this because there's so much in this document that talks about climate change. It talks about biological diversity and the blue economy. We have bonds for the blue economy. We know that there are initiatives in place that seek, via the debt swap, for instance, for us to preserve, to have preservation areas. And yet we talk about building these offshore islands. These can be useful for tourism and probably for other things. However, there's very little that I can find to suggest that these can be built in a way that is sustainable and in a way that does not harm marine biological diversity. There are things that I have read that can reduce the damage, but the amount of dredging that is necessary and the concrete and so on that is necessary to build these islands is highly environmentally destructive. And in a place such as ours, small island developing state, low-lying, where we are concerned about sea level rise, Are we looking to create islands that are going to be drowned in 20 or 30 years? I'm very concerned about this. I'm concerned about the use of resources and the same investment that we are trying to attract for this, because I am not convinced that this can be done in a way that is very mindful of the marine environment, and not enough is known as yet about the longer-term implications of offshore islands that have been built around the world for coastlines, what they will do 30 or 40 years from now, we do not know. And as a small place, just 166 square miles, if this goes wrong, we don't have any place else to go. So we are not like China, for instance, that when they build offshore islands and something may go wrong along the coastline, people could go to a different part of China. You know, we are small. So I am very concerned about this. And I hope that a lot of care and attention is placed in building this, because I think this is a dangerous initiative. As attractive and lucrative as it may be, when we're thinking about development, it cannot just be about growth and investment and attracting any kind of growth and any kind of investment that is potentially lucrative. Cutting off your nose to spite your face, as Bajans might say. Independence is this month, so I feel like I use a little Bajanism in there. And there's a lot more. There is so much more in this document. I hope that people will refer to it. I really am impressed by the amount of emphasis placed on climate change, climate financing, 150 to 155. But again, this seems very contradictory if we are going to have this initiative at 140C. I also like the fact that there is a table at the end of this that lays out timelines for when things are to occur. And we have initiatives in place for monitoring. So this allows us, not just those who are responsible for building out this plan, to look and see how we are really doing, not how people say we are doing, because there are certain elements that we want to talk about. As I said, there's so much emphasis on debt reduction and how it has been reduced. But these other elements that I think are the really tricky parts of this program, dealing with state-owned enterprises and bringing the long-awaited, year after year, decade after decade, touted public sector reform that will bring us some efficiencies out of the many inefficiencies, including the financial ones. These are the things that I hope that we can achieve, and I hope that the timelines that we have in there can be adhered to. Finally, I want to end by saying that in addition to achieving these targets, I would love to know that at the end of this BERT program, we see people's lives improve. Because it is all well and good to say that we have met specific targets, but if people are still concerned that they cannot pay the light bill, they can't pay the water bill, they can't send their children to school, and we have not seen true economic diversification, what actually is the point of the BERT program? Is the point to attract investment and so on so that the numbers look good and that people's lives are not changed, because it can look nice on paper. We've dealt with, IMF, it's my fiscal, that's what they say, right? So we've dealt with the fiscal, but what about the physical lives of people? And I hope that this will remain at the center of this, even while we focus on the many laudable targets and aspirations, ambitions included in this BERT program. I don't want to leave without reiterating how concerned I am about anything that seeks to build offshore islands. Any initiative that seeks to build an offshore island off of Barbados, I think will be extremely harmful, lucrative as it might be. I think this is one area that perhaps should be put on ice until we do some very deep searching with a lot of scientific inquiry, using experts from the region and other places around the world where they have built these islands, because I think this is potentially dangerous. On balance, I am generally supportive of the BERT plan, and I hope that it will be successful. But I do want to ask that we temper some of the perhaps overselling of this program so that people really understand that this is not a magic bullet. This is a medium term, in my opinion, development plan that may work in some areas and not work in others because of the environment in which we operate. Mr. President, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Hines. Speakers? If no speakers, I'll ask Senator. Senator Dr.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me. I had prepared 18 pages of notes. As you would know, the BERT plan is a pretty extensive document. Committed several days to reading and researching and preparing my speech. And as I sat next to Senator King, I had that screen of death, and my brother in Miami was actually trying to remotely access my laptop to retrieve my notes, but unfortunately that didn't work out. But as one of a handful of members who were here for the laying of the original debt plan back in, BERT plan back in 2018, I still thought it necessary that I should try to pull my thoughts together and to make a contribution on this resolution because of the significance and because of what it means for us, not only as a government, but as a nation. Back in 2018, when we came to office, many people flogged and lambasted the government because of what they call the default that we took 1 week after coming to office. That was what you call a selective default, where 1 week into coming to office, the government basically said we're in a position where we have skyrocketing debt, 176% of GDP, at that time the third most indebted country in the world. Our foreign exchange levels were at 4 weeks of import cover. We didn't have access to the international capital markets following 23 downgrades. We had a situation where there was negligible economic growth for the better part of 10 years. I think on average it said that the economic growth levels were around 0.5%, pulling all this from memory, and deficits averaged around 7% during that 10-year period. That had real impacts on the lives of everyday people. It had real impacts on our infrastructure, access to services. Many would recall around at the halfway point during that 10-year period, we saw the loss of access to university education. I suspect that actually coincided with around the time that we didn't have access to the international capital markets. Everybody would remember there was an issue related to money printing, where we were relying on central bank financing to keep the country standing. We were forcing the NIS to buy government paper to keep things going because there was no growth. Nobody wanted government paper because the downgrades had us just one rank above default, and yet everybody acts surprised that, 1 week in, a government in its infancy had to come to the table and make a decision, a wise decision in my belief, to go through the process of what you call selective default rather than having the market force you to default. What a selective default allows you to do is to bring your creditors to the table and say, hey, Houston, we have a problem. This is not a debt issue, a fiscal issue, a foreign exchange issue of our making, but we are taking the prerogative to fix this issue so that we can get back on a stable footing and hopefully be in a position to grow from there. So just to lay that foundation, in the first week of coming to office, that is where we found ourselves. The resolution in 2018 came to Parliament in October, so just over 4 years ago. And I remember at the time, it was one of the first bills that we had that came to divide. You could imagine, at the time, obviously, it was a very heated debate, very, very contentious, and we didn't get a whole lot of support from the other side at the time, but the resolution did pass. And I was actually quite grateful to see that at the end of the day, the proof was in the pudding. BERT delivered on the parameters that it said that it would. And so saying, I'm talking about the fact that at the time we had domestic arrears to the tune of $1.9 billion. And we talk about things like arrears and debt as if they're abstract terms. When I talk about arrears, I mean the government of the day owed local businesses, owed Barbadians who were not getting personal income tax refunds, who were not getting corporate income tax refunds, who were not seeing VAT refunds. I remember in 2019, I received sickness benefits from a sickness claim that I filed in 2015 to show you how, when we talk about these arrears, this 1.9 billion, it sounds so abstract, but that affected how people could live. Disability benefits weren't being paid out. People weren't seeing NAS refunds that they were counting on to be able to do things. And worse than that, the same access to tertiary education that was touted previously was removed by the administration that former Prime Minister, God bless him, belonged to. And we reinstated that. Prior to Bert, this government took the initiative to front load the program with a number of initiatives. I remember around the time the Prime Minister used to say, we're going to be going on a long walk and I'm going to give you something to eat first. And you know what we prioritized? We increased public servants' wages across the board. We increased non-contributory pensions to make sure that old ladies could eat. We also, during the course, even through the course of the IMF program, we increased minimum wage. A lot of people forget that a lot of the work that we did that impacts the lives of everyday people and poor people too. Raised the minimum wage in the middle of an IMF program. Reinstated the same university access. So when it comes to Bert, when we really look at it, by I believe the end of 2018, the debt rates, I think they fall by like about 83%. Obviously, and we were registering surpluses by the end of the financial year. I believe we reached our 6% target at one point, and we reached 3.5% in another year. Obviously, I don't have access to all of my notes. But at the end of the day, Bert 1 delivered on what was promised. No one could see COVID coming. COVID, as much as we say the pandemic is behind us, and we were referring to a post-pandemic era, the effects of it lingered. At the height of the pandemic, around March, April 2020 or so, during the lockdowns, they said unemployment, in this same Bert document, they said that unemployment around that time was averaging around 40%. 40%. So when I say we could have been in a totally different place without the crises that Senator Cummings would have made reference to. But I just wanted to briefly say that just based on the fact that we didn't have a lot of people, some members and members of the general public, members of this House, members of the public at the time, couldn't see where we were going with it. But at the end of the day, I am here as a member who was here then and who's here now to say that because it worked and because I could see the results and the benefits of it, that I am here to proudly support Bert Part 2 because I know that this team was able to deliver then, and I hope that we can do it again. I'm really excited about things, including the thrust for agribusiness, the talk about developing the logistics hub and the Atlantic Bridge. I noticed only yesterday, Antigua Airways, they launched their own airline and had an inaugural flight from, was it Lagos? Lagos to Antigua. So the Caribbean is really committed to building this out. And, you know, sure, we're Barbadians, we're talking about the Barbadian context, but to see Antigua achieve that, to see the partnerships that and the collaboration that we're seeing with Guyana, with Suriname, and with northern Brazil in terms of shoring up food security, this has a direct impact on the cost of living as well. Because the worst of all the cost of living crisis to me is the food inflation. I can tell you, my son eats Cheerios every morning. We normally get the big double bag Cheerios, normally $29. I went in the supermarket this week. Cheerios are $40, an $11 jump just in a matter of 2 or 3 weeks. So these initiatives are going to have real impacts on the lives of everyday people. There's a continued emphasis on education, retraining, even for people who were displaced during the earlier BERT program. And I remember a previous central bank governor had made reference to the fact that labor should shoulder the burden of the restructuring and suggested that around 6,500 people should be sent home in order to get things back on even keel. And rather than taking that sledgehammer approach, we were able to find other ways to cut and to restructure and to reprioritize so that people would not be sent home. I think ultimately the labor statistics indicate that around 1,100 people were sent home. And even then, you might remember the RERE program, where people were retrained, retooled, so that they could be deployed into other areas. And I think one of the best ones that I saw was where the transport board workers that were laid off were enrolled in the transport augmentation program. Many of those men have bought buses and started co-ops where they're supporting entities like Ross University and so on, and have been able to become entrepreneurs in their own right. So the reality in the context of COVID, in the context of hurricanes and all the other things that we've been facing, we've been still trying to make sure that people can live. But we live in a time of war, in a time of global realities. A lot of things are out of our control. But I can see through this document a commitment to making sure that we get our debt situation under control and that we are positioned for growth. And all of this, as Dr. Hines referenced, should be people-centered. I really, really commend her for that point. And I think that we can deliver on this because I know we've done it before. So that's my brief contribution, Mr. President. Thanks for recognizing me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Haynes. Speakers? Senator Cummins.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I want to express the appreciation of the government for all of the comments which were received in the contributions from the honorable members of the Senate, starting with Senator Andrelia Boyce and followed on with Senator Dr. Charleston Brathwaite, and then on to Senator Drakes, and finally Dr. Hines. I want to and finally, Dr. Haynes as well, who despite having lost her notes, and I know she is usually meticulously prepared, I know that that is something that it took a great effort for her to then stand and deliver nonetheless. But I want to take a few moments to attempt on behalf of the government to respond to some of the queries that were raised in the respective interventions, to provide further information, or in some instances to provide clarity. Now, there were two contributions where Senator Andrelia Boyce and Senator Drakes both spoke about issues relating to port efficiency, issues relating to trade facilitation, issues relating to persons reporting challenges and getting clearances. And I want to take a minute to break that down because obviously, as you rightly said, I would have navigated many of those issues as chairman of the port, subsequently as minister with responsibility for the port, and now I'm navigating it in a different context as minister with responsibility for trade and trade facilitation. So I want to pull those things together with some context. Now, when you say people are complaining about the length of time that it takes to clear goods, I want us to break that down. The port receives all different kinds of goods on any given day. On my phone, every Sunday for the last year, and before as chairman, it was something that I introduced, I can see a report that comes to my phone that tells me all the merchandise items that Senator Drakes is speaking about that have arrived on island by container load. I can tell you with a glance of my phone how many containers have arrived, and I can map how long they have remained in the port and where the issues are all through the chain. I can tell you if they have just landed and they have landed with 0 days. I can tell you if they have been released by customs, if they have not been released by customs. I can tell you if they are awaiting input information from the broker, and then I can tell you what is there over a 12-day period and who it belongs to. That is the kind of data that the port uses to track its port efficiency operations for containers. And that's 20-foot containers and 40-foot containers. The system that I had introduced when I was chairman of the port was that on Friday afternoons, come what may, we met every Friday to review what containers were in the port. If a container remained in the port for 3 days, it was elevated to the CEO. If it remained in the port for 5 days, it was elevated to the chair, because we then had to be able to assess why a container, usually assigned to a commercial importer, not an individual, a commercial importer most times, why it was still in the port. And the tale is an interesting one that would surprise many people. Oftentimes, 80% of the issues with a container not being released relate to the non-input of data from a broker. Oftentimes, you have information that is inaccurately entered into the system. Oftentimes, depending on what the declaration has been on that item, it is incorrectly declared and it has been sent back for review. In other instances, depending on what is actually declared in the manifest, it may need secondary inspection, because it's not just the port taking a container off of a ship via a crane and customs releasing it. Depending on what is in that container, there may be a need for clearance by agriculture. There may be a clearance by health. There may be a clearance by veterinary health. And if you, for example, are importing dog food and you only say rice or grain, there's nothing in the system that may differentiate between that being dog food and for human consumption, and it is going to be flagged for further inspection. So there are any number of reasons sometimes why there may be a delay. There may be a delay in clearances in the first instance, and most of them are input errors. You would have heard the Minister with day-to-day responsibility for Customs, Minister Strong, speak about input errors being behind a lot of the challenges that we experienced in September 2019, which is why when Senator Drakes was speaking, I knew exactly the time frame, because September 2019 was when we introduced the Asakuda World System. And when we introduced the Asakuda World System, I had the, I don't know, you call it the privilege or the burden of co-chairing a joint task force with the Comptroller of Customs to oversee the duration of that implementation through September, and worse yet, at high season for cargo coming into the country, heading into Christmas. And 90% of the errors that were experienced and the transitionary challenges that we faced with Asakuda World were as a result of input errors. People who were used to putting in a zero where they didn't see a number, or people who were putting in a full stop, a point, where it wasn't there, or numbers that did not correspond, and so they added on zeros to fill in empty slots. And despite an extensive period of training, you found that it took a period of transition, and it happened from September through December of 2019. Now, why that is important, Mr. President, is because of this. And I say this, I don't know if I ever said it publicly, but I say it now. When we started that process in September, and the Customs Department was introducing Asakuda World, there was obviously a shift to the utilization of technology. COVID then started to set in February of 2020. And in January of 2020, from the September through January period, September 2019 through January 2020, the port had purchased on behalf of all of the government agencies that have a responsibility for regulatory clearances in the port, tablets that would have allowed for the seamless integration of Asakuda both in on-site inspections and off-site inspections. Those laptops were never opened until the first quarter of 2020. Those tablets were never opened in our central government agencies until 2020, because people were used to the big blue books that they had always been using and writing things in, and it takes time and change management for these things to evolve. But COVID was a good disruptor in that way, because people who did not want to default to the technology and use risk management to improve port efficiency didn't want to go outside anymore, didn't want to touch things anymore, didn't want to be in on-site inspections anymore, and so technology took over. And so for the purpose of containers and break bulk cargo, there has been a significant transition in the turnaround time. Now, when it comes to personal effects cargo, the barrels and the boxes that come from members of the diaspora and want to ship that back home. Now, I've heard some of the concerns about the system and the technology, but you know, when you say A, you have to say B. When that system with the utilization of technology was introduced, I still was chairman of the port. And it was introduced at the time, Mr. President, because the period during which we had to make those decisions was when the country was in lockdown. But we also understood the social impact that many people in this chamber have spoken about today, because there were people who were not working. There were people who were in their homes and could not come outside and did not have access to the kind of retail opportunities and shopping and so on. And families in New York and elsewhere were sending barrels and boxes home to help support their families in lockdown. But at the same time, people didn't want to interact. The historical notion of people gathering in Shed 2 in the port and coming and going as they will did not exist when the system was introduced, Mr. President, but people still needed to get their goods. And so the system of using a technological platform was designed for the purpose of ensuring that we could work with the truckers who function in the port, we could work with the brokers that function in the port, and together create a mechanism that allowed poor people especially to have the benefit of their barrels and their boxes without having to come out and being exposed in Shed 2 to COVID-19, and conversely, have port workers equally exposed to COVID-19 because they too, just like everybody else in Barbados, were concerned. So sometimes it really just requires us to understand context in order to agree to understand conclusions that were reached. Over time, that system evolved, and I expect it to continue to evolve. But included in this BERT program, you have references to not just the expansion of port efficiency and trade facilitation, but it also makes reference to and incorporates the expansion of ASYCUDA, as started in 2019, to the inclusion of the maritime single window, which is currently already in operation now, which integrates the ship side of things, to incorporate the electronic single window, which now falls under my ministry, which is a trade facilitation mechanism that falls under the World Trade Organization, World Customs Organization, and UNCTAD as well. And then that is all being built into a port community system, which then takes the technology to a new level. So all of these are parts of the ambitious agenda that was just described in the government, and many of them are already in operation. ASYCUDA World is in operation, the Maritime Single Window is in operation, the ESW is under development in collaboration with UNCTAD, and the port community system is under development in collaboration with the Caribbean Development Bank. So that is the response to the question on port efficiency and trade facilitation, and the expectation is that we will continue. My ministry now already has a trade facilitation committee. I've always had my views on the trade facilitation committee, and I expect that now, using my experiences in the port and watching how the Port Efficiency Subcommittee has navigated issues relating to port and trade efficiency, that those things will now come to bear in the future direction of the National Trade Facilitation Committee that monitors Barbados's implementation of the trade facilitation agreement under the World Trade Organization. And I say that as someone who, while I was based in Uganda, had the privilege of being one of the negotiators on behalf of East Africa at the time of the trade facilitation agreement itself. So it is my intention to make sure that we do everything we can to be efficient and to reduce costs. Now, do we have the specialized skills and capacity to execute the government's ambitious program and agenda? It was an important and a relevant question asked by Senator Drakes. Now, I have to confess I'm going to give a bit of a tongue-in-cheek answer, Senator Drakes, but then I'm going to answer it seriously. I give a tongue-in-cheek answer, Senator Drakes, because this is the same administration that, in addition to the challenges that we accept on one hand with skills and capacity and public sector reform, has taken a ton of blows for recruiting consultants with specialist skills. We've done exactly that and taken blows for exactly that. For this very reason, do we have the capacity and the skills to execute the programs that we need? And in some instances, internal to central government, we do not always have those skills. And if we were to make a decision that we were going to move forward with an aggressive agenda, I say it, and I think the Prime Minister has said it on more than one occasion, we could not have completed the debt restructuring program with the foreign creditors and the domestic creditors, monitored and implemented BERT 2018, designed and now preparing to implement BERT 2022, without the likes of the skills of specialists like Dr. Kevin Greenidge from the IMF, who has been on borrowed to us for the last several years. Those are the kinds of specialist skills that we have brought in. We could not have designed a lot of the development programs without the skills of specialists like Professor Avinash Prasad, who has come in. We could not have done so without the likes of Dr. Clyde Maskell and those types of persons who have constituted the specialist skills to develop programming. Now, Ben Arundel, for example, who I'm sure, Mr. President, you are no stranger to, who passed just a few months ago, has been a stellar example of the kinds of specialist skills in tax that we don't have internal to central government. We could not have done a lot of the work that we did on the harmful tax initiatives and on the OECD initiatives, for which I am now responsible under the international business portfolio, if we did not buy in the types of specialist skills like Ben Arundel, all of this type, and others like him. So yes, I think the government has demonstrated that for some things, we will have to walk the public through the rationale for buying in specialist skills, for being able to reach out into the international community where appropriate, and finding those skills and those niches in order to ensure that we can meet the ambitious agenda that we have set. So the answer, in short, to Senator Drake through you, Mr. President, is yes. We will make sure that we have the specialist skills. Now, has education plateaued? I think that the Ministry of Education has outlined that there is to be education sector reform. It is, in my mind, a long overdue reality, and I have always said publicly that before we even get to the tertiary level, issues relating to our primary curriculum, issues relating to the transition from primary to secondary, issues relating to the secondary transition, because the question cannot only be about what happens at university, which arguably is close to the end of the life cycle, or what happens at age 11, which is the transitional phase from primary to secondary. It has to be a much broader and a more holistic conversation. And the government of Barbados is committed and has said so to that broader and more holistic conversation about education sector reform. But education sector reform for this administration goes well beyond the University of the West Indies and employability of students on the University of the West Indies. I was having a discussion with a private sector entity this week, and we were discussing under my ministry, the work being done in the private sector to support the development of commerce. And in working with the Barbados Coalition of Service Industries, I said to them during the course of this week, I believe it was yesterday morning in my meeting with them, there has to be an evolution that says Barbados as a nation is prioritizing education in the traditional academic disciplines. There has to be an evolution that says Barbados is diversifying the traditional disciplines into non-traditional sub-disciplines. 500 students coming out of the University of the West Indies every single year with medical science degrees, and all of them want to be clinicians. But how do we then rationalize the balance between the important work being done by clinicians and the research work that is critical to support research and development as a part of our development agenda? How do we look at the new and the emerging disciplines that are there to be able to expand the scope of what is being offered in a University of the West Indies, for example, beyond medical sciences into specialized disciplines and globally as well? How do we support the opportunities that are to be made available, even with specialized discipline? We have lawyers. How many legal students come out of the University of the West Indies? Senator Boyce would have to tell me, I am not sure, but, or Senator Nichols, but We only hear of a limited number of subdisciplines or specializations that they go into. What are the new skills and opportunities to take us into new and diversified paths within our traditional disciplines? So the question of whether or not we have plateaued is both an internal and an external question. It is about whether or not we have actually taken full advantage of the technical and vocational training opportunities that then create an equal platform for people who are plumbers and masons and artisans who are in some instances earning higher than those with a university qualified degree. How do we say to people that they are equal and not less than, and create an education system and a society that recognizes that equivalence and then seeks to elevate them into not just the earning capacity, but into the recognition that they deserve? Has education plateaued? I think that when we get through education sector reform and we have a conversation with ourselves as a nation also about the things that we think are important and the people we think are important and those that are not, I think that will help to answer the question on whether or not education has plateaued. Now, planning for crises, I want to be personal about this. I joined the Senate in 2018. I became chairman of the port in the same year of 2018. I joined the cabinet in July of 2020, and I've shifted portfolios exactly a week ago today. Over the life cycle of my own journey in this administration, unless you've lived it, unless you've walked it, I promise you, you cannot imagine it. Prime Minister used to say this was a war cabinet before I joined, and in the 2018 to 2019 period when we were dealing with fiscal crises. I remember hearing stories or sometimes going about my business and driving up government headquarters, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock in the night, sometimes the wee hours in the morning, and cabinet ministers' cars were still parked out in front of government headquarters because cabinet was still in session. It was a war cabinet then. I have not, since I came to government, had a vacation. I got married one day, I was back to work next. I have not had a day off. Many of my colleagues in cabinet can say the same thing. If we don't have, even though we had to come to Parliament to make sure we could get vacation, we haven't had the opportunity to take vacation. Many of us. I know I can speak for myself. There was always some reason why you couldn't go off. And that's not something to hold up as a badge of honor at all, because there has to be that balance. But the truth of the matter is, if there is a group of people who I think practice on a day-to-day basis sober reflection and war principles, it is the cabinet in which I serve. If it is a group of people who understand the exogenous risks that we have faced year on year on year on year, it is the government within which I serve. If it is a group of people, it is the public officials who have had to walk, lock, and step in hand with us every step of the way, all hours of the night, all hours of the day. We have meetings now as a result of Zoom that start at 6 o'clock in the evening. We're accustomed to going home and feeding the dogs and carrying them for a walk and stuff like that. Pre-COVID, when you leave work. 4:30 traffic is a misery. Many of us are still in our offices until night. Saturday, we will have, I had a person call me on Saturday, Lisa, what is your schedule? We want to have a meeting on Saturday afternoon at 1 o'clock. Okay, no problem, but I have one at 10 o'clock on Saturday morning too. So it meant that while people are out doing their regular business of taking their kids to dance and going to the supermarket, we are in meetings. We serve in a government that lives, breathes, and eats sober reflection. Trust me when I say that, because that's all we have navigated. We have not had the luxury of not being sober about the issues before us as a country, because every decision taken is our responsibility. Every decision not taken is our responsibility. Every decision we agree with is our responsibility, and every decision we don't agree with is still our responsibility. So we live it every day, because the people of Barbados deserve that from us in the moment in which we are all navigating. They do. And that is why we are here today. Now, there's a question on whether or not that will be the case going forward. Absolutely. There's a level of commitment that I see among the government service and my colleagues that I expect to continue, because the journey is not done. The public service officials The political class, we are staying the course. It is not an easy thing, but I can give you the commitment that on the implementation of the BERT, implementation deficits notwithstanding, because I know we have that, not just in Barbados, but all across the CARICOM region. The CARICOM region is awash with reports and papers and studies and plans and programs and projects that have never been implemented. But the urgency of now, to use a CARICOM phrase in this instance, is what we have before us, certainly as a government. Now, what will happen with the BSS and what about this Data Analytics Authority? The Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology has started a program of digitization of our records, and that program continues ministry by ministry, but that is just saving of files and records that in some instances are dated. For those of you who are economists, for instance, or those of you who are into development and those of you who are into planning, the question is, how do our systems talk to each other? So if it is in the Ministry of Energy and Business, but unless the Ministry of Culture, the Minister, and the Prime Minister's office is also able to access cross-government information, then the digitization has not yet fully served its purpose. And so we have to be able to assimilate information. And I'll give you one example to make the case. Yesterday, someone called me about an issue in my ministry to talk about import licenses for trade import licenses. And they said, oh, well, this entity applies for the exemptions under the legislation for your former ministry under the Tourism Development Act. And they're eligible to get it from the Tourism Development Act. But they say that the information that used to come from that ministry can't come to us. You have to get new correspondence. That's frustrating in public, right? So data analytics requires that across government has a holistic way of not only storing data, retrieving data, analyzing data, and being able to make public services far more effective. We don't do a good job of that sometimes, but we have to. On the question of the Series J bonds for persons who have had things like land compulsorily acquired, those are paid on the basis of the legislation of 2021 in 42 equal installments. So it is not a mechanism whereby you get a bond, you hold on to it from time immemorial, 10 years, 20 years. Series J bonds for lands, for example, compulsorily acquired, you get a payment every single month for 42 months based on the schedule outlined in the Legislation Act 2021. And then finally, on artificial islands, I believe there's at least one other member in this chamber who may have some knowledge on the extensive body of work done by international partner Baird. I believe it was in 2019, 2020. I believe the report was completed and submitted in 2020. Baird is an international entity that does a considerable body of work all over the globe on environmental impact and coastal surveys. Again, a commitment to buying in the best international specialist skills where there is a capacity deficit on island. And that considerable body of work explored the possibility of the establishment of artificial islands off of Barbados. We didn't guess it. We didn't ask anyone locally to do it without expertise. We did use that firm because we needed to draw absolutely on the best practice examples and the experiences of countries around the world. And the report that is in the possession of the government outlines what the prospects are, it outlines the risks, and it outlines the potential costs. Now, when the government first came to office in 2018, this was one of the agenda items which was on our manifesto. It still remains one of the agenda items because it is a futuristic policy, even if we do not have the fiscal space in a 2022 to do it. What I can say to you is that this administration has a number of critical priorities on which domestic expenditure can and should be based. Domestic expenditure on artificial islands is not one of the things that this government can commit to, because there's the opportunity cost as to what else it means that we can't spend on. But what I can say is that as it relates to investment, an investor who is coming to invest in a hotel is not the same investor, neither is that the same investor of skill that will invest in an artificial island. Far from it. The two are very, very different categories because the volume of capital injection that you're talking about for an artificial island and all the EIA work that goes into it is certainly not an equivalent investment that will take investment away from things which are significantly smaller in scale and capital injection. So I want to give the assurance that government revenues will not go into an artificial island investment, neither will an artificial island investment, if there is such a thing at any point in the future, neither will it take away from existing types of investment because they are not they're almost apples and oranges in some instances. In terms of user fees, I'm just seeing that I had a note here, I just want to make sure I covered it properly, user fees. I think government in Barbados, this administration has been very clear on the expenditure on social services. And this is where I want to end, where Senator Brathwaite, Dr. Brathwaite, I was actually leaving him to the end because he was out of the room and I didn't want to address that, along with Senator Drakes as well on the question of social. So I left the user fees and then the question of social transformation to last. Mr. President, this is an administration that has spent a considerable amount of time and resources on social infrastructure. This has been an administration that, in a previous incarnation, under a former Prime Minister, created something called the Ministry of Social Transformation. This is an administration under this government that subsequently also created a Ministry of People's Empowerment and Elder Affairs, and a ministry, a government that has put its flagship, I don't want to call it flagship, but its principal social policy advisor. Minister Kirk Humphrey is the minister with responsibility for social care in this country, and I want to take just a nanosecond to explain to you why he is where he is. He is a sociology graduate of the University of the West Indies. I believe he's a social policy graduate of the London School of Economics and a public policy graduate of Harvard University. He is well skilled in his discipline and in his profession, and he is the responsible party for guiding this nation's social policy transformation. Mr. President, he, along with the immediate past minister with responsibility for People's Empowerment and Elder Affairs, Cynthia Ford, a member of Parliament in the other place, worked on a committee in the last cabinet to establish a social policy transformation framework whereby they then developed a people-centered development agenda, which is based on a number of planks and the complete reform of the current social welfare infrastructure. My expectation, and I don't want to preempt that work when they are going to be speaking to it, but my expectation is that the work that they have already done on our institutional reform is designed to lend itself to the kind of social reform and transformation and the people-centered approach that has been called for, and rightly so, by Senator Dr. Brathwaite and Senator Haynes, Senator Drakes as well. And I give the commitment that whether it is in housing programs and ensuring that people are not being just given homes to go and live in without having skin in the game, but tying that to the home energy program, the HOPE program, so that you're able to rent to own, or you're able to get connected to the renewable energy reform by also having home ownership, that you are able to take advantage of the democratization of renewable energy. All of those mechanisms are designed to ensure affordability, inclusion, equity, and ultimately transformation, and we hope the elimination of poverty, if not the eradication of poverty over time. Mr. President, this has been a considerable debate, and I want to again thank all of the honorable members who have spoken. And with these few words, I hope that I have answered the questions raised by the honorable members to the government on the implementation of the program, and I beg to move that this resolution do now pass.
Thank you very much, Senator Cummings. The question is that this resolution to take note and approve the Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Plan 2022-2027 23, the 26, 27 do not pass. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The things the ayes have it. Resolution is now passed. Cummins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to move the adjournment of today's sitting of the Senate, but I wish to, before doing so, advise honorable senators that we are potentially looking to meet on November 16th and November 23rd. We will get notices confirming those dates in due course from the clerks from the Parliament Secretariat. But, Mr. President, I beg to move that we don't do adjourn, sign, or die with that clarification.
Senator Dr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just had a question about a procedural question, and that relates to the suspension of Standing Order 45-2. I am curious as to why that standing order was suspended, because it does not seem to have been required, and whether we are continually in the practice of suspending that standing order that gives us at least 5 days to look at legislation before us for a particular reason. Why each time we meet, we suspend that standing order.
Senator Cummins.
Thank you, Mr. President. The use of Article 45-2, usually based on the standing orders, is meant to allow us to do a bill in all its stages, notwithstanding timeframes in between. As you would recall, today, the discussion initially was potentially to have at least one other bill, of which notice was given only today. But given the lateness of the hour, we've made the determination that it would not be fair to honorable senators to introduce a first reading bill of that third item, and we would instead leave it to the next sitting. So the item that you would have been advised of informally will not now come today, and that would have been the basis for the use initially at the outset of the sitting for 45-2 being suspended.
Senator Dr. Hines.
Thank you for that, but I am still not understanding why each time we meet, we suspend that standing order. So is it that we no longer require this standing order that gives us 5 days between the first reading, at least 5 days between the first reading and the next? Because since I have been in this place, we have not used it. So I'm really trying to understand the conduct of business. Should we expect that we go straight from first to second reading each time? Or will we at some point actually use the standing orders as they are listed?
Go ahead. Senator Cummins.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Just to say that we don't actually always suspend 45-2, but what is also interesting in this instance is that for bills being notified and notice being given in the other place, we always at the same time ensure that all senators have the bills at the same time that they are laid in the other place, making sure that you have access to the bills not when they are passed, but at the time that notice is given in the other place. So the distance of time that you have access to the bill in all instances is well before Senate meets and well in excess of 5 days at all times.
Thank you very much. Anyone speaking in the adjournment? Okay, the question before us then, having exhausted all matters, speaking of the adjournment, the question is that this sitting be now adjourned, sign it aye. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Senate stands adjourned.